What is up, everybody? Welcome to a Saturday stream, and a special one it is, because we have another Challenger Cup season finals. Another season has come to an end, and today we are going to find out who is going to be our overall winner of the autumn season of Challenger Cups. Obviously, this is going to be an invite-only tournament that people qualified for over the course of the autumn season of Challenger Cups. We're going to have the top 128 players today playing in a single elimination bracket, top 128, to see who's going to come out on top. And there is some nice pricing on the line. I can actually show you this. Hold up. I have the graphic somewhere. We do have the prizes over here. There you go. That is what our duelists are playing for today. First place is going to walk away with a Razer PC, the Master Duel jacket, the Rescue Rabbit plush, the Yama acrylic figurine, the game mat, and the sleeves. And then the prizes trickle down all the way to top 16 for some really nice pricing, considering the way to qualify for this tournament was free. Playing in this tournament today is free. So I think we're going to be in for a good time. First round is going to start in a couple of minutes. Just wanted to go live a little bit earlier to talk a little bit about what to expect, but we don't have that much time because our players are already starting to sit at the table for the top 128 match, which is going to start in a couple of minutes. So yeah. Once again, Challenger Cups are sponsored by Konami. Konami is hosting these events, and your favorite Yu-Gi-Oh content creators are commentating. Hopefully your favorite content creators anyways. And it is always a pleasure, so I'm looking forward to the winter season of Challenger Cups as well, which you guys are going to be able to compete in again, hopefully, to be part of the season finals once again. So as you can see, hold up, let me move over here. People are assembling at the tables. Also, I have added the timer to the overlay for the finals, so we should be having an easier time checking how much time is left on the round. I hope it works. I had issues in the past where if the window with the timer was like minimized or something like that, the timer would disappear. But I'm hoping it can work out today, and we have an easier way to check how much time is left in the round. We're gonna have to wait and see where I'm gonna put it on the screen during the match. I'm not sure if where I put it is the best place for it, but we'll figure something out. We'll figure something out. But yeah. Other than that, I'm excited because today I feel like is a pretty good testing ground as well for next week's Duelist Cup second stage. Obviously, the first player in that tournament will qualify for the World Championship, and I'm also looking to participate myself this time. So I'm interested to see what kind of new cards pop up in this tournament. We've got a couple of things that I'm expecting to see in today's tournament, and it should be okay. The timer's running, but okay, yeah, timer's running. All right. You know what? I'm just gonna click one of these. Every duelist today should be a phenomenal duelist, because every one of these has made it into the top 128 with the Challenger Cup points. So I'm expecting great duels today, and I'm mainly expecting to see some of these new decks in the last selection pack hopefully make an impact and shake up the metagame for the Duelist Cup a little bit. All right, we're seeing Arctic 7 here go first with a Yubel deck. They choose first? They have chosen first, yeah. Now, something worth noting here that is different in the season finals than in usual Challenger Cups is that we're playing a top cut right off the bat. Like, there's no Swiss rounds today. It is top 128 single elimination, meaning we're starting with best of 3 right away. So we started with a contact fusion into Phantom of Yubel instantly, which is going to protect our Samsara D Lotus from interruption. And I think we're resolving Samsara D Lotus right now. I'm not sure what is exactly taking so long, because this card usually summons Phantom of Yubel. Spirit of Yubel. 3 games of Yubel to start the day off. Here's the catch with Challenger Cups. They don't have to be on the same deck for all 3 games. They are allowed to switch in between games. So depending on whether they won or lost the game and who's going to be going first or second, they can switch around their deck. We're summoning Yubel off of Samsara D. That is... Why did this happen? What happened here? Did they forget to put... Did they forget to put Spirit of Yubel in their deck? There's no way, right? There's no way you show up to the Challenger Cup and you forget to put Spirit of Yubel in your deck. But what other explanation could there be? They weren't under Max C or anything like that. Alright, and we've got Red Hot over there with 3 set cards. Looks like that is a Labyrinth deck, I think. Labyrinth is a deck that is on the menu again. Let's say it like that. With the simultaneous equation cannon coming out to the legacy packs now. That is a deck that you need to respect, and it's looking like it's a solid choice for the current format, because the Tenpai matchup is also pretty solid. I'm only guessing that that's what they're playing. They could be on a different deck, of course, but like, I'm looking at it, and set 5 pass is probably Labyrinth. It might not be, but we'll see. All right, and that is not the greatest Yubel board, I think. So 5 set cards here does hurt. It is Labyrinth, obviously. So we're going to start off with a big welcome Labyrinth. Going to try and see if that resolves. No Ash Blossom being used. I would think that that would have been used if it was there. And we're summoning Lady and bouncing Lady to the hand. There you go. We're going to try to immediately summon out the Lady. Is Phantom of Yubel going to allow that? No, it's not. No reason really to allow that. To hit the field. Okay. That is not gonna negate the Phantom of Yubel because it's no longer on the field. Dimensional Barrier does work like Skill Drain in that way. It only negates monsters while they are on the field, so that's not gonna stop the Phantom of Yubel from resolving, and the Lady is still going to... I guess it does stop them from making another Phantom of Yubel this turn. So it's not like a wasted D-Barrier. But the way they used the card, it seemed like they were trying to prevent the Phantom of Yubel from using. So, there is a Spirit of Yubel. Oh, they drew it! They might only play 1, and they might have had it in hand. But why didn't you shuffle it then? They should have shuffled it for making Phantom. Maybe they forgot they only played 1 copy. That explains it, because Samsara D Lotus can only summon from deck, I believe. Yeah. Okay, well, that is a way better explanation than them forgetting to put the card in their deck. That makes more sense. I just didn't think that was a possibility because they contact fused. They could have just contact fused it back into the deck, but chose not to. Maybe they forgot that they were on 1 copy. I think that's a more realistic explanation. All right. The Spirit of Yubel is going to bring back Yubel from the graveyard. Now, once again, the D-Barrier is active, so they cannot contact fuse into another Phantom. Ice Dragon's Prison does hurt. Especially if that's the only copy of Spirit of Yubel. If that's the only copy in the deck, that could be a problem. Because they also don't have Nightmare Throne. We're going to banish Samsara D Lotus. And there's a lonely Yubel on the board now, which means that if you can't do do anything with it, it's going to destroy itself in the end phase. Time stop. Yeah, that's the problem. If every time I put the timer in the background, at some point it just stops. But oh, yeah, end phase, we're going to have to destroy our own Duel. This is not looking good for our Duel duelist. And we do know that Labyrinth has engine. The lady is in hand. It doesn't matter that it didn't really come out last turn. It's completely fine if it comes out next turn. Yeah, if the timer is sometimes weird because I have the window open but in the background. So if it ever stops, just let me know and I can pull it back to the front and then it'll work again. But also, where should I put the timer? Should I put it up here probably? Put it up here. All right. There's fine. That way we can see the name and the life points of our duelist in blue. Now, obviously, Labyrinth is a deck that has a very good matchup against Duel, regardless. Put it under your cam. I don't really care where it is as long as it doesn't block anything important. I guess if I'm checking the log, the timer could block a little bit of it. I'll just leave it there, right? It's visible. It doesn't block anything. Fine. All right. And now I think this is where the Duel deck is just gonna get slowly but surely dismantled by the Labyrinth duelist here. It might not end this turn, but once the Lovely hits the board and starts resetting trap cards, especially Ice Dragon's Prison against Duel, it's... Oh, it stopped again. Yeah, Labyrinth is really all about just getting to exactly this position, right? Like, Lovely on the board or Lady on the board, both are fine, honestly. Just keep setting new trap cards every turn. And opponent low on resources. This is the kind of game that Labyrinth really thrives at. And really, I think from this point on, there's no deck that can defeat Labyrinth in this position. Yeah, and they have seen the writing on the wall. A mediocre first turn for the Duel duelist here leads to a 1-0 lead for our Labyrinth duelist. Labyrinth, a deck that I've seen a lot of speculation about for the upcoming Duelist Cup second stage because of its, obviously, the new math cannon and its supposedly good Tenpai matchup. So a lot of people, I think, have been messing around with it. But whether it actually remains a top competitor for the second stage of the Duelist Cup remains to be seen. I mean, I'm happy to see some players, or at least one player, playing it in the tournament today. So we're going to have to keep an eye out for how they're doing. They are up one game, so they only need one more to advance to the top 64. Let me put that in the title. Top 128. All right. Now, I do want to wait and see what these duelists do for game number 2. Arctic 7 already back at the table. These players have, I think it's 2 minutes by the rules to leave the table, change their deck or switch to a different deck, and then they will play a game 2 where Red Hot, the loser of Red Hot won game 1. Arctic 7 lost game 1. They get to decide on whether they want to go first or second now. Do they play it with hand traps or set traps? The more common version of Labyrinth, I think, with the cannon plays all trap cards and no no hand traps, but you can play both, technically. I do think that if a lot of people play Labyrinth, the furniture version is a lot stronger. Like the heavy trap version cannot really beat furniture Labyrinth. It's very, very hard because the grind game is just better. All right, Arctic 7 goes first once again. And this time we're setting now 2 set cards, 3 set cards. Is this Labyrinth as well? 4? Looks like it. Okay, we have a switch to Labyrinth after it's worked so well for the opponent. And they are on a 42 card deck now. That is likely not Labyrinth. Anti-spell Fragrance being flipped. Okay. That's the other thing. When you know you're going to be able to go first, it's very easy to put these kind of cards in your deck. All right, the anti-spell resolves, no chains. We're going to main phase. How good is that anti-spell? It's Fire King. Okay, and we start with Onyx. Now, Fire King is a pretty good deck, I would say, against Labyrinth, usually. However, the situation might change a little bit when it goes second and the Labyrinth player opens Anti-Spell Fragrance. That is a card that's going to slow the Fire King player down significantly most of the time, depending on their hand. I mean, perfect example here. Whatever spell card they add off of Legendary Fire King Onyx, they will not be able to use this turn. And they also have access to Engine unless there is an Ash Blossom for this Welcome Labyrinth. There is. Okay, that's important. That's very good. If you can cut Labyrinth off Engine, that could be very crucial. Unless they have both Labyrinth trap cards. But that is a big Ash Blossom because it buys them some time. Potentially. Now, in these instances, as someone who's played a good amount of Trap Labyrinth myself in the past, I brought it to YCS Lille. It is very good that the trap card they had was Welcome Labyrinth and not Big Welcome Labyrinth, because Welcome Labyrinth in a grind game will set itself again. So if these other trap cards are something like, I don't know, Ice Dragon's Prison, Torrential Tribute, Compulsory Evacuation Device, all these kind of cards that can remove a monster from the opponent's field, you can reset the Welcome Labyrinth and get back into Engine that way, in case they don't have another one. Okay, we're discarding Bonfire for Dia Bellstar. That's nice. That we have a way to extend without using a spell card here. Lady could be in hand. It is very likely that the card in hand is a monster because they only set 4 cards and they had 5. So the last card in hand, likely not a trap card. Could be anything from Lady to Lovely to Maxi. All those are options. Could be Kuklok maybe if they play that. It's always Lovely. Yeah. I mean, it's much better if it was Lady here. Alright, so here we do have the Bellstar and Onyx on the field, so we can potentially go for a Link 1 into SP to get rid of Anti-Spell if we want to play our hand. That is risky though into all kinds of set cards. We decide to attack first. I do like this play, because if we're going to go for SP, where we won't have the ability to attack directly anyways, so you might as well get this 3000 damage in, which can honestly add up quite quickly in a matchup like this one, which presumably plays cards like Solemn Judgment and Solemn Strike. So getting in 3000 points of chip damage is pretty valuable because it might hinder them from using those cards in the future. And we are indeed going for a Link 1 with the Onyx for the Link Karibo, setting up for likely an SP Little Knight play, I think. That is the most likely to be summoned next. And it is a very good card against Trap Lab. It's very annoying to deal with. That's why I even played cards like Black Horn of Heaven in my list at the World Championship in Labyrinth, because SP Little Knight is so hard to deal with if it hits the field. The good thing about it here for the Labyrinth Duel is that it's the only card on the field, and that way it can't be chained right now to anything, like even a compulsory will out it now. We do decide to hit the set card over the anti-spell. That's a bold move. And we hit a trap trick. Okay, kind of punished for that decision of hitting the set card over the anti-spell. I feel like you would have much rather gotten rid of that anti-spell, and then the original Sinful Spoil that you have set would have been able to be used and all that. Okay, that way we hit a trap trick and we basically get no mileage other than SP for now. Little unlucky, of course. Could have hit a more impactful trap card, but I feel like most trap cards would have just been chainable anyways. Like, what were you trying to hit here? I guess Ice Dragon's Prison was a good hit because there's no warrior in the graveyard right now. All right. Is Lady in hand? If Lady is in hand, it's really good because you can activate Lady, then activate Big Welcome. It seems like it's not Lady. It seems like it's not Lady, but the Big Welcome is going to resolve because Ash has already been used. So that's really good. And there is the Lady. So Lady bounced to hand. And is immediately going to summon out, I assume. That way, because it has to summon in defense position, next turn we can turn it to attack and attack over the SP. There we go. And this Lady is untargetable. So even if there is a set like impermanence in the column of anti-spell, right now it can't target the Lady. Can I ask TCG relevant questions? Of course. If I'm super caught up in the commentary, I might not give you an answer until a couple minutes later, but that is also no problem. I would make an educated guess and say that the one card they didn't set last turn is probably Lovely Labyrinth, which is unfortunate for them, but it's the card that makes the most sense. It can't be another Lady. They would have played it differently if it was Lady. They probably would have used Maxi. They also would have used Lord of the Heavenly Prison. Those are all the kinds of monsters that they would use. So it's likely to be Lovely Labyrinth. It could be Maxi, theoretically, because there was no instance where the Fire King Duelist used the card that started a chain, like the Dia Bellstar and all the Link summons happened without starting a chain, so maybe they didn't want to use the Maxi on an open game state. Alright, we set our freshly drawn card and we run over the SP with the Lady. Solid position. The two set cards are now able to be activated if it's spell cards. We know that one of them is original Sinful Spoils, so there is a play available this turn, but there are two set cards next to the anti-spell. And the other one was just a Sanctuary, right? They set it in the column of the anti-spell. Little bit of a bait, but we knew that card was in hand, so it only made sense that they would set that. And this card circumvents the anti-spell Fragrance in a way because it doesn't activate the Fire King Island, it places the Fire King Island, and this goes around the anti-spell Fragrance restriction. We're normal summoning Volcanics, and that is a really good normal summoning here. That is a really good normal summon because it threatens like so much and is so hard to interact with. Like if you have a Solemn Strike here, you don't want to Solemn Strike the Volcanics. Imperm is technically a good answer to this. However, if they have Kieran in hand, they do. Oh god. Oh god. And yeah, this is why the Fire King cards are really hard to deal with for Labyrinth, because it's just so hard to stop it. And that is massive. So the semi-limited Kieran here, that's going to destroy the Volcanics. The Volcanics is still going to resolve. That's going to destroy the Kieran, so that's going to be able to resolve. And the best thing about all of this, you also chain blocked the Lady from chaining to the Impermanence. So literal disaster for Labyrinth here. It really is. This is the worst possible outcome. And the card in hand is probably lovely too, so they are just thoroughly unhappy right now. And it does go to show that sometimes it is harder than just going first and flipping anti-spell. It is not always a guarantee that you're gonna win. So here's the Ulcanix, bringing back the Ponix, destroying probably the last set card just to make sure. That's a Daruma Cannon. And the Ponix even has a search target. What do they play? Do they play one copy of Skyburn or extra copies of Island and Sanctuary? It is a Skyburn. All right, that's good. They did not activate Garunix in hand. But I guess they can still use Island. They haven't even used Island yet. Yeah. Anti-spell is overrated in Labyrinth. I think so too. I don't think anti-spell is what this deck needs. I think Labyrinth... I think the same is true for Skill Drain in a way. Because I feel like Labyrinth is so good at controlling the opponent with normal trap cards. And stuff that actually takes away their resources. Sometimes you just activate those continuous traps. They don't add anything to your strategy. They don't take anything away from the opponent and just... I don't know. Skill Drain is better than Anti-Spell. For sure. Skill Drain is better. I think that card is arguably still good, but the Anti-Spell I don't like. Because this just like denied the Fire King's pop-off for one turn. It didn't actually stop anything from happening. It just happened a turn later. And Labyrinth, because it got ashed, wasn't able to really benefit off of that extra turn. And I think Labyrinth is probably just gonna lose here in this turn. Even they're on 5,000 life points, unless that card in hand is a really surprising. I don't think they play Nibiru or something like that. Unless it's that card specifically, I think it's just gonna they're just gonna go down here. They do have a big welcome in the graveyard, but I don't know. Taking Sunlight Wolf. I think here they have a little bit of an opener maybe to bounce the Snake Eye Ash. That way it can't summon Flamberge. But even that, I'm not sure if it's gonna be enough. Because if you let the Snake Eye Ash tag out into Flamberge, I think then it's lost. But if you tag out, if you bounce the Snake Eye Ash now, oh, there's a Linkaribo in the graveyard. Never mind. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's doomed. I think the bounce from Big Welcome is not gonna save them. They can even add back another Ash Blossom just to add insult to injury. Making sure, yep. Just in case anything goes wrong. So even if the last card in hand is a Nibiru now, that'll make them survive. But then you're still very low on engine and you're gonna get ashed again. So I don't think there's a way out here for Arctic 7. I don't see it. You're gonna chain the Big Welcome here. Sure. Bounce the Flamberge. But that is still enough damage on the board, even without the Flamberge. They're on 5,000. This is where the chip damage from earlier comes in and makes it just so much easier. And this is one of the things you have to be careful of with Labyrinth in the Duelist Cup second stage. Like, yeah, it's got good matchups, but not all of them are good. The Fire King matchup is rough. The Fire King matchup is rough, and I do think Fire King is a deck to be expected still. They're bouncing their own Lady Lab. Now, I don't think that's going to save. Don't think that's going to save them, but we'll see. I think we can still easily outmaneuver this, but Promethean here and then revive Flamberge is already enough. Because then you attack with Flamberge. If they take it, you attack with Garunix, and then they're forced to summon Lady, and you attack over it with Garunix, and the Promethean attacks directly. And if they summon Lady on the attack of Flamberge, then the Flamberge attacks over it, and then Garunix and Promethean attack directly. It has to be Nibiru. If there's no Nibiru, it's not winnable. And I wouldn't oh, they go for or that. That also works. Sure. Yep. All right. And Red Hot with a swift 2-0 victory in top 128, making great use of the ability to switch decks. They really got a great matchup by switching to Fire King, because they anticipated the opponent playing something like Labyrinth or Game 2. And they hit us with a smooth 2-0 victory. Very nice, very nice. All right, let's jump into a different game. Now, I have no idea which game this is, game 1, 2, or 3, but let us just hop in and see what's happening. We have about 16 minutes left, so I'm assuming it's not game 1 anymore. Game 2 or 3, most likely. All right, and we're going first with a Piri Rise map or Dark Beckoning Beast. All right, so we've got Bell over there. Dark Beckoning Beast fetches Opening of the Spirit Gates. Opening of the Spirit Gates fetches Chaos Summoning Beast, and we have Nightmare Throne as well. That is pretty solid. Searches Samsarity Lotus, and extra normal summons that activates the effect. Gets not interrupted. Okay. Spirit of Bell resolves, gets Nightmare Pain. Discard the Nightmare Pain to bring back the Lotus and then add it back for free. Okay, fair enough. Making use of that little trick that you can do with opening up the Spirit Gates. Destroy the Spirit to add Squirmer. Go through the motions that we've seen a couple of times with the Bell deck. Nothing out of the ordinary yet. Looks like a pretty standard combo line to me. Let's summon these two out because we had access to Nightmare Throne. Then we're gonna make the Cross Sheep is not in everyone's deck. All right. Phantom of Bell does not trigger the Cross Sheep yet. We make Yama first, and then it's probably gonna be Chainlink 1 Yama, Chainlink 2 Cross Sheep. Yep. Gets back the Lotus. Yama adds Sharvara. Activate Grave Squirmer. Doesn't pop anything. Makes a 4 material Appaloosa. That's a large Appaloosa. Grave Squirmer effect. Revive the Spirit. Activate Sharvara onto the Spirit. And that's probably just going to end us with... We're just probably going to make Soul of Rage, set a trap card, and call it a day, if I had to guess. Yep, there's Soul of Rage. The trap of choice is probably the escape. Yep, the one that pops. Very good. Set an additional card and pass the turn. That's pretty much the super standard Bell opener in Master Duel at the moment. We have a Dark Ruler no more, so we were prepared to go second. We're playing branded here. We go fusion deployment, chain branded opening. Now the Dark Ruler no more is good here, but it does not guarantee that we go uninterrupted here, because there is the possibility to go escape on the Unchained Soul of Rage and then revive it with Yama. So you still have a pop and a link into SP. But so far, the branded fusion resolves. Called by the Grave is the last set. We're called by the Graving the Albaz. Pain branded in High Spirits, probably to get another one in rotation. Oh, it did just have it in hand. Okay, that's very convenient. That is very convenient. So we're gonna get Called by the Grave on the Albaz, but we just put another one there with the branded in High Spirits. And that's gonna make Lubellion. Ooh, you can do something real cool here with the because you discard the Albion for cost. The cool thing here, now that the Albion is in Grave, it's called Fallen of Albaz, so it's negated by Called by the Grave, meaning you can just send a card from the deck as cost for free without actually shuffling back the Albion. Oh, we get Nibiru too, though. Oh my god. They have a lot of backup. So that Dark Ruler really didn't hurt them as much, I think. Summon Grand Grignol. Nibiru is going to contribute everything. It's going to leave them with a big token. Mirror Jade is going to banish the token instead of banishing the Nibiru. What's the reason for that? Oh, they don't want to be forced to attack with the token. That's smart. That is smart, yeah. Very heads-up play. This Mirror Jade effect in the end phase does not really help them, though, because it just summons back a bunch of things for the opponent. We're gonna go into Quem, though. Quem activates. This is an interesting game. I like it. We're going to be able to activate Albion in the graveyard still. We do have targets for branded in red, so we could be popping off on the opponent's turn a little bit. The Quem can bring back the Mirror Jade as well. Called by the Grave doesn't negate Albion because it's not the original name. Oh, really? The same original name. You are correct. All right, Branded in Red is going to be activated. And now in the end phase, we're not even going to set it. So we're just going to probably use the Quem to revive this turn. And then we can revive again on the opponent's turn, I guess. What do we fuse into? Just make another Mirror Jade? Yeah, we make another Mirror Jade. That's going to activate the Quem. The Quem is going to bring back Artesia. I don't know if this is enough, though, because the follow-up for Yubel is looking exceptionally strong right now. It is worth noting that as soon as we fuse, like, we can use the Cartesia to fuse off the Mirror Jade, and then we can revive it with Quem, which is pretty neat. But I don't know if that's going to be enough. We're making SP Little Knight. I think target Quem is pretty good here. Right? Because that's going to stop it from reviving Mirror Jade. That doesn't really do much, does it? I guess if you chain Mirror Jade now and then chain Cartesia, or the other way around. Yeah, you can let this happen. If you activate Mirror Jade now, they can chain SP and then force them to banish their own card with Mirror Jade, which is really mediocre. Yeah, you can't really chain Mirror Jade here, because if you do, they just chain SP on itself and the Quem, and then the Mirror Jade just has to like banish one of your own cards, and then the Cartesia can't fuse anymore. All right, there's another one. And the SP is not going to revive anything, banish anything, I mean. And then both of these are going to trigger. Quem is just going to revive the Mirror Jade. And we're going to send a level 6 or higher Dark Monster. The question is, do we play any disruptive targets for that? Or is it just going to be like a Serenir or whatever kind of deal? We're going to send Requiem. Now, I don't think we're going to have a way to summon that to the opponent's field this turn. At least I don't see it right now. There is Rindbrum in the graveyard, but there's no card in hand. Oh, but we have Retribution. Maybe there is a world where you can do it. There's Rindbrum in the graveyard with Albaz. Oh, but Albaz got called by the grave. Also, there's no Albaz. Oh, we played 2 Squirmers. That's so good for follow-up. That's so good for follow-up. All right, now the thing is we do need 4 attacks into one of these 2500 defenders to be able to end the game with Nightmare Pain this turn. We cannot attack directly because we summoned SP. The Nightmare Throne could recycle a Phantom of Yubel, which it does. We're going to try to float into a Dogmatica monster. That is going to be allowed. Mirror Jade is still active, but there is a Phantom of Yubel, of course. But if they have to use the Phantom of Yubel, then they might lose 1 body. Because they're not playing 2 Yubels, right? They're playing 1 Yubel, so Phantom of Yubel destroying a spirit cannot get you another body. There is also 6 minutes left. I think time could be an issue here because they paid for Piri Rise map. They, I mean, they can definitely get like 5,000 damage in or 7,500 damage in. I would think. If they can attack twice into this Mirror Jade, then it could be okay. So here's the 3rd Yubel monster. They have the means to make, they can make another Phantom right away. So they have 4 Yubel attacks already. So even if Mirror Jade banishes 1, it's still gonna be 7,500 damage here. All right, we're gonna stop that. We still have Squirmer. We do still have Squirmer, so we could go ahead and summon another. You can summon Terror Incarnate if we pop the Yubel. Yeah. I think it's just gonna be game. Or is Squirmer... Squirmer is just a quick effect, right? Is Squirmer main phase only? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. All right. And that's probably just going to be it. We're going to use the Retribution. I don't think this changes anything. We're just going to add back Branded Fusion to our hand because we just like to... we like to have the feeling of holding Branded Fusion in our hand, I guess. That was a fun game to watch. I like that. I like that game. That was cool. All right. GG, Yubel. Honestly, clean play by both players. Also, the heads up play by the branded player to banish their own Nibiru token to not be forced to attack into the spirit of Yubel under Nightmare Pain. I like that game. That was cool. All right. It looks like our room is empty. Our top 128 has been played. There's not much time left on the round, so even if I did find a match now, it would probably just end in time. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. Going to be going on a very short break, and then we're going to be back with the top 100, the top 64 rather, of the Challenger Cup Autumn Finals. So don't go anywhere. Hope you're having a good time so far, and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the next round of our Top Cut. All right, this was a longer break than I anticipated. Apparently, another game was going on. I don't know if it was a time dispute or if the game just took naturally a long time. But here we are back again, finally, with the top 64 of the autumn finals of the Challenger Cup. Let me update my stream title real quick so everyone knows what's going on. Players are already back at the tables. And I'm going to get the timer back up as well. There it is. All right. And it shall start in a couple of minutes. Now, we have a couple of notable names here. Of course, all of the people here have been doing well in past Challenger Cups. I do recognize a bunch of these players from my Challenger Cups that I've hosted as well. So we should be in for another good round of games here in the top 64. I'm thinking we jump into table 1 where we see Nesh battle FTA trap plays for the top 64. But we also have a bunch of other notable names here in our top 64 cut. So I think we're in for a good time. It starts in, I think, 2 minutes. Yep, 2 minutes until we begin with our top 64. So far, no Tenpai. in any of the games that we spectated. Granted, we only spectated 2 different matches between 2 different players. Well, 4 players rather. But still, no Tenpai so far. How has your experience been with Tenpai so far? In both in the Duelist Cup and maybe in this tournament or in other tournaments that you've played? Because I do feel like, you know, Labyrinth has been getting some popularity. Some other decks have been getting some boosts. While the most recent Forbidden Limited list didn't directly hit any of the Tenpai cards, right? You know, losing Prosperity still hurts. Shifter to 1 still hurts. Lightning Storm to 2 hurts a little bit. Gamma to 1 hurts a little bit. So, like, it's just these small kind of things chipping away at Tenpai. Still definitely a good deck. And I did see it a bunch when I played in the Duelist Cup. But so far today, we haven't seen it. But that also might change. I've been loose streaking with Tenpai. Okay, so you're not doing as well with Tenpai anymore. All right. And what do you think the reason for that is? Has it been consistency issues because of the missing prosperity, or what exactly is it that has changed? Like, what's the problem now, you'd say? Haven't we only seen Tenpai once during stream yesterday? I think we played against it 2 or 3 times. No, it wasn't super often though. It wasn't super often. It also was, to be fair, my my first like session in the Duelist Cup. All right, we're waiting for table 1 to start here. The opponent has left the table. Maybe there's a connection issue. The other tables have started. I'm gonna wait a couple of seconds to see if table 1 starts the match. If not, we're just gonna jump into a different one. That's also fine. Seems like they have some trouble with the table. Maybe just switch to a different table. We'll just we'll go ahead and spectate somewhere else. Let's check in with Herman. Let's see if Herman is still on the Ritual Beast grind. Oh, speaking of, I think we have a Tenpai over here. They selected going second. Herman with Melodious. All right. Hard draws the Concerto. Fuses Aria and Couplet for Baja. Activates both of their effects. Does not get interrupted on the Baja. We'll see. They are considering it. We do impermit. We do impermit, which from my experience, this can be very annoying with Melodious, especially in hands like this one, where we didn't open Ostinato or First Movement solo. We actually just had to, like, fuse into the thing with the hard-drawn Concerto. We will be able to draw a card with the Concerto here, because the Baja is sent to the graveyard, so Concerto can put itself back to the bottom of the deck and draw a card. And then we can search it with the Couplet. However, I never understood why they made the fusion effect on Concerto once per turn. But searching it again with Couplet will not do anything until next turn. Also, we get drolled, so we can't even search it. That's annoying. However, Aria being on the field could be a problem for Tenpai. We do have Refrain in hand, but because Droll is now active, that is not even that good anymore. Is it just Baguska Pass? I mean, Baguska Pass against 4 cards in hand is not the worst plan. It's not the worst plan against 4. He might have drawn it off of the thing. Yeah, probably. I thought Baja can't be negated. Okay, so this is an interesting one. But Baja says the activated effects of Melodious fusion monsters cannot be negated. Now, with Infinite Impermanence and Effect Veiler, this is a weird interaction where you can still use Veiler or Impermanence on the card because you're not only negating its activated effect, you're negating all of its effects. So you can resolve Imperm or Veiler on Baja, and once you've resolved it, you've negated its continuous effect that protects itself from having its activated effect negated. So then the activated effect is also negated. It's very complicated and it's very understandable why you would think that. But because Baja only protects activated effects, you can negate its continuous effect and then its activated effect is also no longer protected. Okay, we make SP Lil Knight. Not Baguska. Maybe we don't play Baguska, or we think SP is better against Tenpai. I find that hard to believe. I think we make SP because we don't play Baguska. Most likely. And this is not a great setup versus Tenpai, I would say. Just an SP and pray. I mean, they are thinking longer than usual. How can you out Gravity Controller? This card in the extra monster zone cannot be destroyed by a battle with a monster in the main monster zone. I mean, you can just summon a Synchro up here. Okay, so what's taking so long? Tenpai Duelist? Just pass. Okay. Their hand is actually just awful. That's where the Pot of Prosperity ban comes in. And we just attack back. Oh man. Yeah, because this cannot search the Melodious spell traps while you have other monsters than Melodious. So the Gravity Controller and SP are blocking the search of the fusion spell. So did we draw a play now? Or not? Nope. Oh man. What a game, huh? Do we draw a play here for a Melodious? Nope. Here's the thing. With Melodious, if you have monsters on the field, it is actually kind of difficult to draw playable cards. Ostinato doesn't work. First Movement Solo doesn't work. There's not that much you can really draw in this spot. It's only really Refrain and maybe like combinations of multiple cards. Okay, we do decide to link off the Gravity Controller and SP. What do we make here? We make Haggard Lizardos. Okay. We normal summon Sonata. I wonder why we're doing this in main phase 2. Because this could be game. Or this could have been game in main phase 1. We're going to use Haggard Lizardos, banish itself to draw a card. That means we can now use Couplet to search. Because we no longer control anything that isn't a Melody. Yeah. So this is combo. Why didn't we do this in main phase 1? Am I missing something? Maybe we're respecting Max C? Or another Droll and Lockbird? I kind of get it. Because, I mean, you do know the opponent did not really have a play, so what else are they going to have in their hand? pass here. Okay. I think what this means is that we don't have a way to stop Max C at the moment. And we don't want to give them even a single draw off of Max C if we can't immediately attack the game. I think what they were hoping for is that they would draw one more turn of not drawing a play. And then they can just, even under Max C, just attack for game. However, there's a field spell drawn. And I think based off that read, I also don't think there's an Ash Blossom. And like Melodious, we might just go down here. We might just go down here to this Chundra. Discard Nibiru. Normal summon Chundra. Problem. Do we have Herald of the Orange Light, maybe? It's a 1-0 in Master Duel still, which is very unfortunate for Melodious. It's just Max C. That is getting ashed. Okay. And we just go down. Okay. Very, very weird game, but one Tenpai card in the end defeats Melodious here in game number 1. I mean, I kind of understand it. I think making the read that Tenpai is holding a Max C in this spot is fair enough, right? They've been drawing, I think, for 2 or 3 turns without having a play. So we didn't want to commit into the Max C. We didn't want to, we wanted to maximize our chances that they don't have a play on the next turn, so we just don't play into the Max C at all, because next turn, if we start playing and they Max C, we can just attack them for game in 1 or 2 summons. But they did draw a play. It was a risky gambit and it did not pay off. Then just keep the SP. I would tend to agree with that. Not that the SP would have necessarily saved them there, because I'm pretty sure Sangan summoning with Chundra against SP, you can still just win, right? Because Chundra is damage step, so you can't chain SP to it, and then you summon Pydra, and Pydra is bigger than SP and attacks it. So it probably would have still been game there. But, yeah. Tenpai would need a droplet to beat a mellow board. That is not true. The Aria setup is weaker against Tenpai than you might think, because they can just turn it to attack position and attack it a couple of times. With the Transcendent Dragon. The Aria setup is actually much weaker against Melodious than one might suspect. All right, our players are getting ready for game number 2. What do you think of White Forest? I love White Forest. I think it's more like a tier 2 deck, not the most powerful deck in the game at all, but I do think it's a lot of fun. All right, now Herman is going to be able to go first here in game number 2 and is choosing to do so with Fire Kings. Normal summon Arvata, 1 for 1. Discard Volcanics. Chain Ash Blossom, probably forcing the Arvata here. Yep. Is there a Maxi as well? There isn't. Okay. So Ash is negated. 1-for-1 will resolve. Destroying Kirin in hand. That's pretty good because that's going to bring back the Ulcanix. That is very powerful. We're summoning Snake Eye Ash. And Kirin activates. This is very, very powerful. That's a strong opening. It is a strong. It was only weak to Ash plus Maxi basically, or Ash plus Imperm would have been. Actually, Ash plus Imperm wouldn't even been that bad because they had the Kirin. Oh, Drolan Lockbird. Drolan Lockbird is annoying here. It cuts us off of the Fire King portion at least. We're not going to be able to get into Garunix, Fire King Island and stuff like that. We still have Snake Eye Ash to go into Flamberge though, so that's still, the end board is still gonna be good. Does Ulcanix still have to destroy? Destroy, and if you do, add. Does it still pop? It does still pop. That's annoying. Arvata is gonna bring back Kirin. And now we, of course, we still have Snake Eye Ash into Flamberge, into Promethean, into Revive, into all that. We just won't have all the Fire King cards to it. Never mind. Never mind. Oh my god. Okay. That is just not a great time. Oh man. Okay, now Fire King left with one card in hand versus Ash Blossom, Drolan Lockbird, and Nibiru. Poplar is going to activate. Most likely, it's just going to be a pass here. I guess Dia Bellstar, last card in hand, could do something. Nope. Okay. Show me the Chundra. Ay, ay, ay. Do we have a way to stop it? Ash Blossom, Ghost Ogre, anything? That roll hurt. I mean, so did the Nibiru. But the Drolan Lockbird was really, really good there. Against that specific hand, very strong. All right, we're trying to figure out what to search here, I guess. I guess they're trying to figure out if they can play around Ash Blossom maybe by searching Chundra instead of Hydra. Ghost Ogre in hand. That was a Ghost Ogre as well, okay. Normal summon Chundra. Now the thing is, normal summon Chundra, you're kind of forced to summon out Fadra, right? Because if you don't summon Fadra, your Chundra is just going to be destroyed in battle. Not sure how good that is. Because you're gonna, okay, Chundra summons Fadra. You make Biden Dragon bring back Fadra, Fadra bring back Chundra. But how do you beat the token? You'd have to go. No, it's still lethal. I think. I'm pretty sure it's still game. If there's no interruption, of course. Oh, you can just attack with the Nibiru. I always forget that Shundra can activate on when a non-dragon battles. I always think it's like when the dragons battle. Okay. That makes it way easier. Unless there's an Ash Blossom. Although I'm pretty sure even if there is Ash Blossom, it's still enough. Gonna bring back the Hydra here. Now at the very least, we have Trident Dragion. Let's assume there is an Ash Blossom in hand. We would have Trident Dragion popping the Sangan summoning, so that's 6,000 can attack twice. So that'd be 1,373 plus the Biden comes back from the graveyard. That's already enough. Or you just make Transcendent. So now Transcendent makes so that the Kaiman resolves for sure. And that's going to fetch the Fadra. Fadra is going to bring back Chundra. And then Biden returns from the graveyard. That can make the Trident Dragion. Yeah, that's the game. That is just game. And that is rough. Honestly, that is a rough way to go out. Just get Tenpai twice in a row with really unfortunate. I mean, I wouldn't call this hand unfortunate for going first, right? We opened Arvata 1-for-1 here in Volcanics. That's a really strong hand. Unfortunately, our opponent's hand was just custom made for it. Ash, Droll, Nibiru, Sangan Summoning, and Ghost Ogre was their hand. That's just not something you're going to beat. Pop the Poplar as well. And now we can quick synchro into Trident Dragion, pop the Sangan Summoning, and that's going to be way more than enough. What if we started with Volcanics though? Then I think... I don't think it helps because then you don't have Arvata around. Then your 1-for-1 just gets ashed, right? Like you probably get drolled after the Volcanics resolves. And then just ashed on the 1-for-1. Or just ashed on the Volcanics. And then drolled later and then still Nibiru'd. I think no matter how you do it, with this hand, you're just not winning. Alright. And Herman goes down in the top 64 to two very... I mean, game one, the Tenpai hand wasn't that great, but Herman's hand wasn't great either. Alright. Tenpai moves on to the top 32. Congratulations to Matrix. Let's see. Nesh and FTA Trap plays at table 1. They have been able to start their match. Game one, I had Double Veiler in hand. I didn't want to give him a draw of Max E if I use Constraight. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking when you didn't use the concerto that turn, that you were just hoping he would not draw a play for one more turn, which I think was understandable. Why is there a legendary ocean? Pause. Send an Umi from hand, deck, or field to the graveyard. Special a water from hand. When your opponent activates a monster or a spell card or effect while Umi is on the field, you can negate. Okay, this summons one from hand and it's a monster / spell negate. Okay. While Umi is on the field, each player can only control one face-up non-water monster. Oh, this is like the reverse. Is it reverse? It's a reverse Gozen match, kind of. This card's name becomes Umi. Your opponent cannot target water monsters with non-water monster effects. Start a battle phase. Special summon a monster from your hand or graveyard that mentions Umi, and then legendary ocean. Fish sonar. Add a level 7 or lower monster from your deck that mentions Umi or is a water normal monster. Okay. Oh, not this card again. When this card's activated, banish a water, face up. Oh, this protects everything from lightning storm. Did we read that part, or did we just expect that to work? People might say this was intentional because we drew birth, but I don't think it was. I'm not sure why we chose to negate the birth, by the way. Oh, Heartstruggle Runix is nice. Here's the annoying part. None of the face-up spell traps can be destroyed right now. Bro, Gozen match plus the Ocean Dragon Lord is annoying to say. Oh, where did that come from? Crystal Shark. Dua Mutef is a water. Oh, we're sending. It doesn't even activate. What is happening? Is this enough yet? Not yet. I mean, Gozen match is just so powerful in this deck. Because you can just never summon more than one monster. No matter what deck you're playing. Unless you're playing a water deck. I'm not entirely sure what the point of the Horus cards is here. But sure. Oh, this is a good destroy. Hold up. We can crash the Olcanix now. And then the Garunix can come back to destroy the field. It's not that good though, because the Duamutef can't be destroyed because Kingsark. Also Jelly, yeah, this can negate it. All right, the Umi deck wins. I'm assuming this was game 2 because Nesh chose second. So I'm assuming that is because Nesh won game 1. Unless this was game 3, which is not impossible. We're just gonna have to wait and see if they started. Let me see here. So it was FTA Trap plays against Nesh. Nesh won a game. And I think that's it. Yeah, so it's 1-1. It's 1-1 between the two. This was game 2. And we are headed for a game 3. Seems like the Umi control deck is just whatever that's their plan for when they get to choose first. Let's see if they play that deck going second. I would imagine not. But yeah. Why swing at the Horus? So what Nesh was trying to do was get his board empty so that the Garunix could come back from the graveyard in the next standby phase, the one that he destroyed from hand. And the Duamutef just happened to be the monster with the lowest attack points. All right, we've got one of our 2 players back at the table. But Kraken would just pop Garunix and burn for game. It's a quick effect. Yeah, that's why he surrendered. He was just trying to find a way out, but couldn't find one. That's why the game ended. That's why he lost. All right, game 3 is about to begin. They've got a solid 13 minutes left, as you can see in the top left corner of your screen. That means most likely we're going to be able to see a somewhat normal game, unless it takes very long or is a very slow game. Shouldn't expect any time shenanigans just yet. All right, and let's see it. All right, and Nesh going first here. The Ancient Gear sleeves have me scared. Not this music again. We're on 50 cards. All right, normal summon Ponix. The Ancient Gear sleeves have me wondering right now. Guys, you think it's bait or you think it's actually Ancient Gear? What's going on here? What's going on here? I guess we might find out if we go for Zombie Vampire. We do go for Zombie Vampire. Okay, cool. Let's find out what deck they have here. It's just Tenpai. I mean, to be fair, that is kind of Ancient Gear. It's Ancient Gear, but slightly different. Slightly modified. Now, they just lost 4 engine cards, by the way. They lost 2 Genrokus, which might be all they play. They lost Fadra, which sometimes is also a one-of. And they lost a copy of the field spell. So this could be a problem. And Nesh got original Sinful Spoils in the graveyard as well. Plus fire monsters on the opponent's side. Really good. This is really good Zombie Vampire. All right, Promethean brings back Volcanics, which we haven't used yet this turn, so we can still do it. We pop the Promethean Princess to add a Kirin to our hand. All right, that is going to be nice to be... we can hold that for the opponent's turn for some nice interaction. Are we set, pass? Set 3! 4... You have an out to Lightning Storm? No anti-spell in the draw phase. Onyx returns. No Lightning Storm. No Duster. Okay, we kind of dodged a bullet there. I feel like we definitely dodged a bullet there. 4 set cards. Solemn Judgment. Okay, we did have an answer. Nice. We did have an answer. We just said no. None of that. Now, here's the thing. Even if they have Field Spell, I don't think Field Spell works as an extender here because there's 2 Genrokus in the graveyard, and I've never seen anyone play more than 2 Genrokus. So, this is very awkward. The only card that makes them play here, I feel like, is Sangan Kaiman. The only thing that they can have. The Field Spell won't work, I think. Battle phase. They have it. All right. Another Solemn? No. Okay. They always have Kaiman? They do. They do always have Kaiman. And there is the second Fadra in their deck as well. Okay. And we're going to revive the Genroku. Promethean Princess is going to be activated. And that is going to trigger a whole bunch of actions from the Fire King side. Going to destroy the Fadra. I don't think this is going to be game or Tenpai here either way. Without the field spell on the board that we can destroy... Oh, the call by is nice though. The call by is nice. But still, 3 face downs. Well, one of the face downs is Skyburn. That isn't live right now. There's still 2 more. Why not called by Promethean Princess? Because it leaves them without a Fire King on the board. And if you called by the Promethean Princess, you're still going to attack the Volcanics later, and then the Garunics can still come back. The call by the grave is massive here. Massive. Probably just almost, I might just be game ending, honestly. We're going main phase 2 here for sure. Yeah. The only thing that's left is Fire King doesn't have good runics anymore. So maybe there's a world where you could outgrind it, but the problem is this Promethean princess that's still on the field is going to be a problem. They have Sangan summoning, and this is where the Genroku being... Both Genrokus being sent to the graveyard by the zombie vampire is huge. Their hand was actually really good. They had Sangan summoning, Sangan Kaiman, and a normal summon. But they lost both Genrokus, and that was really tough. With the Genroku, they could have had one extra push here with the field spell. And now it's just a matter of playing around any sort of lose conditions for Nesh. But I think Island Destroy Kirin is gonna be just about fine. Because the Kirin is gonna activate, gonna destroy the last set card, and then you can normal summon Arvata for whatever is in hand. Another Kaiman. Now we're currently on 5,000 damage. $7,700 now. No, 76. No, 77. So they do survive. Unless there's a trick set that I'm not anticipating. Oh, we do Skyburn things in the battle phase. Okay, that's smart. I like it. Coming back Kirin, and that attacks for game. Clean play and a very clutch zombie vampire, honestly, that takes down Tenpai here for Nesh and makes him advance to our top 32. Congratulations. And also, shoutouts to FDA Trap Plays for showing off that Umi control deck, honestly. They didn't move on to the top 32, but that was still impressive. Let us see if there's still a match going on here. We have this one. All right, we have Chris versus Mickey Mout. Let me see what the score is before we jump in. Chris has a win. This game 2 still? I only see one of them, of one of their games. I see a win for Chris. I don't see another one. Hey. Hey, might just be game 2. So we affect Veiler, a Lotus, and then we Nightmare Pain to search a Gravescorn. We get Droll and Lockbird, though. That's pretty good. It is pretty good. At the same time, how much does it really matter? Yama... can't add. It matters a lot. The Droll and Lockbird is pretty good here. Because, yeah, we can summon Spirit and set another Nightmare Pain. They usually play 2 in Master Duel, but it doesn't really do much. I think it's just going to be Soul of Rage Past here, probably. Plus Phantom. Activates a second Nightmare Pain just for good measure. All right. Draws the 4 cards in hand. Dangan, Kaiman in the main phase. Chain Droplets, send Nibiru and Kaiman. Okay. Search for Chundra. Normal Chundra, battle phase. Dogwood against Tenpai. Okay, let's see if that works. Now, why did we summon Fadra with the Chundra? I guess Pydra, if you've already used Kaiman, doesn't really do much in the battle phase. Alright, I guess that was just too much for them. Was this game 3 or 2? Do they have to play it? Maybe they just scooped to get a quick game 3 in, but I mean, there's 10 seconds left, so... Was this... Does this show all the replays? Am I missing something? Or is it like is there a maximum limit to how many replays this shows? It cuts at some point. Okay, so this may have been game 3. This was game 3. Okay. All right. Well, the spooky Dogwood in game 3 takes out Tenpai. That's very funny, honestly. And I think that brings us to an end of our top 32. As you can see in the top left corner of your screen, we are already in overtime for our top 32. Honestly, I think you can tell that this is the season finals of the Challenger Cup. I think we're witnessing some pretty good plays and some pretty good decks. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. We're going on a very quick break. Gotta feed my cat real quick. I think he's hungry. So we'll be right back for the top 32. Don't go anywhere. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. Thank you for tuning in. And I'll see you guys in a little bit. And we're back. Top 32 time. Let us begin. Once I've changed the title to top 32. 32 players remain. And games have just begun. So let us hop over. Up. That. 44 minutes still available. Let's hop into Cmo versus Fictinium. All right. See what kind of thing we've got going on top 32. Now, top 16 is the first round where people actually have some prizes guaranteed. So the winners of this top cut match will have the first couple of prizes safe. All right, I think we're looking at a Tenpai mirror match because we've selected going second, and some Tenpai action is happening here. All right, we got. Since when is Tenpai playing the hand trap minigame? All right, Hydra into Valor, into Crossout, into Imperm. Still leaves us with a negated Hydra. Set pass. What's up with all the royal pie dress today? Activate Sangan summoning. It's ashed on it. If that's the only play, that might save them. Is it the only play? It is the only play. Okay. Tenpai really struggling with consistency today. I feel like we've seen a lot of... I mean, we've seen a bunch of Tenpai wins as well. There's the Chundra. That is almost unstoppable. In this position, I feel like. That's the one card you don't want them to have. We do actually go into the level 7 here. That's interesting. What if they have another effect Baylor? They do. Yeah, why did we do that? Okay, well, maybe, I mean, judging from the fact that they targeted Pytho there, they might have a Kaiman already, but this felt risky unnecessarily. Oh, never mind. We have normal summon Fadra as well. Okay, they're just the best. I guess in that case, I understand making the Bided Dragon. In that case, I can get behind it. All right. And the Tenpai Mirror decided in less than 4 minutes. Wonderful. All right. Let's wait and see what these players do for game 2. Or we could check in with one of the other matches, since this one was so fast. Let's see what we've got going on table 2. We have another going second enjoyer. All right. A lot of Tenpai now. It wasn't that much earlier, but now it's a lot of them. Which is weird because I feel like it's not winning that much. It's got a solid win rate. All right, Ash on Bonfire, we just pass. All right, cool. I guess we can win that one. Yep. Ooh. That doesn't actually save them at all. Yeah, we're just going through the motions here. It's another Tenpai victory. Fast and simple. No unnecessary moves. I like it. All right. Interesting. Another Tenpai takedown. All right. Game 2 has started over here, so let's see what's happening. The thing with Tenpai is we do get to cover a lot of games. Didn't you say earlier you weren't seeing Tenpai? We didn't see any in top 128. Oh, that is unfortunate. My favorite music to be eliminated from the tournament within 7 minutes. I guess. It can do that? It can bring back Dora Dora? I didn't know that. What are we thinking about? Halt by the grave. Well, that's not bad. It's not going to save them alone. But together now with an impermanence, because the field is empty, you could impermanence in the battle phase onto the Chundra. That would work. Or Gamma. I doubt Gamma is in their deck going first. Yeah, that's it, right? If you imperm Chundra, they synchro into Transcendent. No, they don't. They have 2 tuners on the board with level 7 and 4. That's not how math and synchro summoning works. Was the Imperm 1 card too late? Was it the card off of the Hydra summon? Oh, that's so tilting. Oh, that's so annoying. That's so annoying. Oh. Oh, I hate that. Yeah. All right. Well, we've covered 2 matches already. Can you believe it? Let's go and see what's here. What's up here? This round is why Chundra and Kaimin are now limited in the TCG, by the way. Ah, we have selected going second. Is it another Tenpai situation? It's Tenpai on Tenpai again. Oh, God. It's everywhere now. I shouldn't have said earlier that I'm not seeing as much Tenpai as I expected, because now it's just everywhere. Field set 2 pass. Not the worst. And Raigeki. Gamma on the Seal's graveyard effect. Ugh. That hurts. The people are playing the 1 of Gamma? Nah, they are out of control. They are out of control. That's unhinged. The 1 of? Alright, Imperm on Dora Dora. Not the Hida. Not the Hida. Oh my god. No. No. Okay, Hita on Pydra makes me think they don't have Kaimin in hand. They might already have it and just want to search the field spell too. That could also be the case. Yep. But still have Kaimin. Drive effect to summon, and I don't really see a way out of this one. I think if we just click battle phase here, there's very little that this set card can be to potentially live. Okay, that means they have Kaimin in hand 100%. That means they have Kaimin 100%. I don't even like this. Because if you activate Baron now and the stat is Imperm, they chain Imperm on Baron, you could still get ashed on Kaimin. I guess you gotta try with the Genroku. But it would have impermed Hita? Probably. Probably is a good point. Now, can you go safely into the battle phase here? I think you're gonna have to Baron the Genroku, right? If you don't Baron the Genroku, or like if you don't use Baron for the Genroku or whatever it summons, it's gonna be Genroku into Fadra, Fadra revive Chundra, quick synchro into Bident, Bident revive level 3, and then make Transcendent in the battle phase. So Promethean revives Chundra. This is fine, right? You just go battle phase now and negate the Genroku with Baron, and even if they have Ash on the Kaimin, I'm pretty sure the Chundra still represents enough damage. The only card I think that saves them here is another Imperm in hand that for some reason they didn't set. Like if they activate Genroku for cost, Baron activates, and then they can chain Imperm on it. But I guess you can also just wait. You could play around it, but I mean, they're never gonna have Imperm. Yeah, okay. All right. Another Tenpai on Tenpai duel there. It's a lot of Tenpai right now. I'm just looking for tables that we haven't spectated before. Ooh, we got the new Christmas board. And someone select second. Ash on Lotus. Cross out on Ash. Imperm on Spirit. Not bad. Oh my god. It's been a lot of Tenpai and Yubel today. I take it back what I said earlier about not being that many Tenpais. That was just the first round. Right now, it's a lot of Tenpai and Yubel. Which makes sense, I guess. They're both pretty strong. Still in Master Duel. Not much has changed about that. Cross Sheep brings back Samsara the Lotus. We link the Duel and the Lotus into Yama. Ooh, the Royal Sharvara. That's a nice flick. Sharvara sets escape. And we make Phantom, and we're done. Alright. It is a pretty strong end board in Master Duel for the Yubel deck. However, it is still not even close to what the deck can do in the TCG. And we have Genroku and Reveal Chandra in hand. Appaloosa is really good here for stopping that Chandra to come out. Phantom is going to stop the Genroku. And that leaves Tenpai with no monsters on the field. And we haven't even exhausted the majority of... Yeah, okay. Nightmare Pain destroys Yubel, searches a second copy. A lot of second copies of Squirmer today. That's going to trigger Yama. Now, depending on their extra deck, they are going to be able to put up enough damage. Sometimes it can be hard for Yubel to do that. Just do 8,000 when your opponent has no monsters on the board. But usually they play something like Access Code Talker... and just a couple of, like, all it takes is one access code and a couple of other bodies and you're gonna be fine. I think that's what they're going for. Yep. Is 2 Squirmer that uncommon nowadays, or is that in TCG? I felt like even in Master Duel the standard was 1, but correct me if I'm wrong. I might be wrong on that, but I feel like I've mostly played 1 copy. Oh, I was about to say that opens up the Nibiru. Oh, they may have found a way to actually win this. We'll see. The token has 0. We still have to discard for the Mark Raker. We can still do some stuff here. We're not completely out of it yet. We're just gonna attack for 600 though. End phase Lotus is gonna come back. Yubel is gonna tribute the token. We have a monster negate with Lotus basically, and we do have Nightmare Pain up. Double Chundra. We're gonna stop the effect to summon out. That destroys the Yubel. It's gonna go into Terror Incarnate. We link 2 into Hita. Hita tries to grab Sharvara. We link those 2 off into probably Promethean Princess? No, SP Little Knight. Is Yubel losing this in a grind game because they played into Nibiru? They only have 6 cards left in the extra deck. Nightmare thrown off the top seems pretty nice to me. But they are also out of Phantom of Yubel. Imperm on this. I think it might still be enough for Yubel. I think the Nightmare thrown off the top was really, really vital there, though. They really needed that, I think. Nightmare Pain, destroy a spirit in hand, search Lotus. Spirit is gonna summon out Yubel. Still, the SP only having 1600 attack. Ooh, second Yama is big. Second Yama is big because it's going to make the trap card live. Yeah, we're going to recycle a Phantom. This is game. Recycle Phantom, make Phantom. Now you can attack 3 times into the SP for 4,800 damage, and then you can pop the SP with the... Well, you don't even have to... You would have had to pop it. Now they live. Okay. If you just pop the SP, I'm pretty sure it's enough, right? I guess you would have to pop your own Unchained too, though. Maybe not. Maybe it's fine this way. I mean, what are they gonna do? Timing off the top? I don't think it's enough. They ashed it. Okay. Okay. That got a little closer than I thought it was gonna be because of that Nibiru, the Primal Being. But the Nightmare thrown off the top next turn really saved them, I feel like. But that was intense. That was intense. All right, let's hop into this one. I'm just trying to spectate a bunch of different tables right now, just to get an impression of what the people are playing. We have some interesting decks in Top Cut. We just saw an Umi deck in Top 64. Unfortunately, that player lost. They won with the Umi deck, but then they lost game 3 with a different deck. So one of Dimension Shifter, it took 3 rounds until it showed up in Ritual Beast out of all things. All right, we're ashing the Lara, and that seems very good with their opener. They might still have a Tamer to normal summon because that was their extra normal summon. That is not a Tamer, that is Maxi. Okay, SP pass under Shifter though. Ooh, Ostinato gets ashed. Last card in hand. Not once per turn, though, if they have a second one. They have first movement solo. That's pretty much as good. Alright, now the question is, how much can Melodious do under Shifter? At the same time, Ritual Beast has 0 follow-up right now. They have an SP coming back from Banished, and that's it. They have nothing in the graveyard because of Shifter. They would just have to draw basically Canahawk. I thought it was going to be Canahawk. That's also pretty good though. That floats, right? Can you double with it? We get a... Oh, wait, that might be better than Canahawk. That was crazy. Add back in main phase 2 extra normal. Use. Nah, that draw was custom. Are you really just gonna top deck like that and then disconnect? Couldn't you just like disconnect in a game where you were... Man, that is just unfortunate. I was excited to see Ritual Beast win because we haven't seen Ritual Beast yet, and then you're just gonna disconnect on me? All right, I'll remember this. All right, we got about 19 minutes left. Another Melodious. All right, Ash Blossom on first movement solo. We still have Refrain, that's good. Search Couplet. Couplet Scale. Search Melodious Concerto. Activate Concerto. Don't get max seat. That's an important step. Summon Baja. Reset the scales and try to summon one from deck. The sleeves look cool. They do look cool. Where did you get them? Looks like Xyz's Link Festival or something. All right, Concerto, draw 1. Baja, revive. Soprano, that Soprano was summoned as Chain Link 2, so it would miss timing. This one does not, though. Chapuna, add back. Use these 3 into the Flowering Etoile. Pendulum summon. Alright, we've got Elegy set up. Huberta set up. No Aria, though. Set 2 pass. It's a pretty good board. It's respectable. What are you doing? Why are you doing this to me? Ghost Bell on Schuberta? Nah, that's criminal. That's way too good here. Oh, man. Okay, Alimbertion gets Imperm. As it should be. Battle phase. The Etoile is in defense, so we have to do it here. They can normal summon Firewall Guardian. What does one equal right now? 1 equals 6 so far? Aren't they indestructible by card effect? These 2 are. But the scales and the set card was not. The set card was a called by the grave. Wait, the set card was a called by the grave? You just didn't feel like using that at any point there. Alright, you win anyways. Okay, well, just called by like the Mathmech Sigma maybe, or the Firewall Guardian. Okay, I guess they didn't need it. Sure. Fair enough. You did win. Melodious takes down Mathmech. You love to see it. All right. And they have a game 3 going on, it seems like. Same game. No. Okay. Oh, look at their hand. That means they have a play already. All right, take the Imperm. Lightning Storm, Ghost Ogre. Ghost Ogre is not good for Melodious. That's very annoying here. Oh, that's gonna hurt. But we do know the last 2 cards in hand are Lightning Storm and Fadra. okay. Ah! Top decking against Tenpai is so scary. It's so scary. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, taking the Imperm was fine, I guess. What are you gonna do if they have Imperm and Ghost Ogre and you only have one play left? No, they're just not drawing a play. Melodious. Melodious is just missing a couple of starters. It's just not got enough. Oh, there it is. There it is. Ghost Ogre, something. No. It just resolves. That is so hard to beat now. That is so hard to beat. Because of the Fadra on the board already, like, how are you going to stop that? Daruma, Prage. Daruma won't work. Daruma won't work if all of the cards are fire dragons, because if Daruma doesn't flip anything, it also doesn't send. Daruma has to at least affect one monster. Otherwise, it won't send everything. They search Hydra. They search Hydra? Interesting. I feel like that makes them more vulnerable than they need to be to something like Ash Blossom in battle phase. Maybe they have Called by the Grave. Would it work if they have a Link monster plus Fire Dragons? No. There has to be a monster that flips face down for Karma Cannon to send the rest. Because Karma Cannon says flip everything face down, then send everything that's still left face up to the graveyard. And then only happens if the previous part happens. Alright, we're doing the Kaimin in the main phase. We're not being ashed, so we just search Tundra. Seems good. Max C is not bad, but also probably too late at this point. Is there a difference between then and then if you do? Then if you do does not exist. There is and if you do. But not then if you do. And if you do is, they happen at the same time, yeah. What could save them here? Not really sure. Called by the Grave here doesn't do it, I don't think. Bro, same, I mean, Bro is basically Called by the Grave here. Not bad, but it's not gonna save them, I don't think. Because they're already down to 6,400, so just regularly attacking with Fadra Biden is already going to be enough. If they then synchro into a 10. But the Fadra can also still bring back Chundra. So, like... Lost Connection? Lost Connection is a win condition, yeah. Probably their best bet. Mirror Force would be pretty good. Mirror Force would actually work. But realistically, all the cards that they do play in this deck, I don't think help here. Imperm now? Imperm now on the Fadra before the attack goes through? Droplet? That could do it. So we take 26, we take 800. They can't quick synchro right now. Yeah, this probably makes them survive. The problem with this entire situation is that they still go Seal's Pass and we have 0 cards to our name with Melodious here. Maybe Ostinato can do it. If the set card is nothing. That does not look like Ostinato. That is not Ostinato. It was a good attempt. It was a good attempt. Also, the reason why we dropleted the Fadra instead of using Caught by the Grave on Chundra, by the way, is to also stop it from quick synchroing. Because if you just stop it from reviving, you still lose to the quick synchro. Because look, we're on 3,000 life points. If that Fadra could have still synchro summoned into a Trident Dragion to pop the field spell, we would have taken another casual 12,000 damage from that. So that's why it needed to be negated instead of just stopping, like getting rid of the target. Shouldn't you do both? Why would you do both? The Chundra is not going to come back. It was damage step, and if you do it before the damage step, it becomes even worse. You can't just go open, like, on the attack, use Droplet, send a spell card. I guess maybe you could, because then, I mean, even if they chain the Fadra, you can negate whatever it summons. I don't know. You can. I mean, you can, but then the Fadra can respond to it. And then I'm not sure if maybe they can somehow declare 3 attacks to bring back the Biden from the graveyard. It's just riskier, I feel like. They're going to play around Fiber Jar. Did they bring back Fiber Jar in Master Duel as well? Or was it just the TCG that brought Fiber Jar back? Do we have Fiber Jar in Master Duel? No one... Oh, Cyber Jar. Right. I keep... Yeah, I mixed them up. They will never bring back Fiber Jar? Come on, Fiber Jar would be kind of fun. I'm down for Fiber Jar. No one's gonna use that card. Now, Transcendent Flip Fiber Jar. It wouldn't even work because the Tenpais are unaffected, right? They actually don't use it. What did you play around with? What? Oh, God. They got scared a little bit. They were like, what if? That's funny. I mean, not that it matters, right? Well, my beloved Melodious, do not move on here. The Tenpai Dragons were a little bit too powerful. Opening, what was it? Ash Blossom, Ghost Ogre, and Infinite Impermanence. That was a little bit too much to play through, and they couldn't find a play in the couple of turns after. And Matrix moves on to the top 16. All right. We have no more matches going on in the main room, so we're going to be moving on to the top 16 very, very shortly. That was the top 32 for everyone. I hope you enjoyed it. Hope you're having a good time so far. We're going to be back with the top 16 in just a couple of minutes. I don't think it's going to be a long break because it seems like all the matches have been finished. So we'll be back in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you guys in a couple minutes. All right, as promised, that was a rather short break. Top 16 is about to begin. So let us hop right over there and let's find out what other decks are represented in top 16. So far, we've seen a bunch of Yubel and Tenpai, admittedly. Let's hop into table 2, where I do have the hope that we're going to see maybe something a little different, because Hamud has been known for playing a different deck. At least in recent iterations of my Challenger Cup, he's been playing other decks. We are on 60 cards once again, kind of confirming what I was thinking. We'll see if it is the deck I'm expecting. All right, however, 40 cards going first right now. Did they want to go first? They did want to go first. All right, and they are thinking. Little stare moment. How's Charlie doing? He's doing good. He's chilling on the bed right now. I was there a moment ago. All right, Poplar being popped by okay that explains it. It was an awkward hand because they drew original and Poplar, and now they're getting ashed on it. It's really annoying. Don't have a Cult by the Grave for it. I would think that that's all they've got, because otherwise, if you have other plays, you don't start it like that. Like if you have Olkinix or something like that, you're not starting like that. Realistically, you might have a normal summon to make Hita, but even then, yeah, really awkward hand, which does happen with Fire King sometimes. Also, 60 cards still draws the Ash Blossom against the original, which was definitely the best answer there. And it is branded. That's what I was expecting. That's what Hamud is known for, playing a lot of branded, which has led to him being countered in the past in Challenger Cups, but we'll see if it's, I mean, so far, not the case. Okay, there's an Ash for the Grass. All right, I was about to say, that's about to be crazy. All right, 4 cards left in hand, though, against just the Kirin and a set card. And the Kirin is also not as threatening as it might seem because there is no target for it in the graveyard. All right, Blazing Cartesia special summoned because Albaz is in the graveyard. Getting grass in 60 must be nice. I mean, you're not going to get grass in 40. All right, hard drawing branded fusion as well. Look, this is why they play branded, okay? I think I have an educated guess on who's winning this game. I won't spoiler it though. Yeah, we did have the thrust just in case there was an Ash Blossom. Wait, no, there was an Ash Blossom. We could have used thrust. We just didn't need to. We just casually discarded a life thrust for Lubellion. That's a power move. That was live. That could have searched any spell. We're like, no, we don't need that. I'm just thinking if they're going to be enough. Is it going to be enough damage right now? Because this is 7,000 that I'm seeing on the board. Can they add another 1,000 somehow? They might not be playing talents because oh, they have a normal. Of course, they have a normal summoned. My bad. My bad. Me out here thinking that they would have had to do normal summon for all this. All right, and that is game 1 to Abu Hamud on branded. All right, nice and easy. Pretty much the perfect hand there. I can hardly imagine a better one for that situation. So yeah, that went relatively smooth for them, of course. Let us wait for game 2 in this instance because Abo is playing very unusual decks usually with the branded. He has been switching it up in the past or just to not be as predictable because sometimes I've seen people play decks with like tons of Bystials and stuff against them. So we'll see if that's the case now. But obviously that's also risky because what if they switch to something like Tenpai and then you sit there with your Bystials and that's really unpleasant. compare that hand to popping Poplar with Kirin. Yeah, they were really no match for each other in this game. The one hand struggling to even play the game at all, and then through an Ash Blossom, no chance. And then on the other hand, like the craziest branded hand for going second you could have probably had. Were there any Orcust with Mermaid? No. And I'm not super surprised by it, honestly. I think Nightmare Mermaid just makes Orcust into a like slightly better combo deck than it was before, but still not better than the existing combo deck. Now, once we get the Orcust support that's been announced for the TCG, maybe it's gonna matter a little bit more, but for now, I don't think so. We also have not seen Dragoon. No. All right, we're ready for game 2, guys. Begin. Once again, this is the top 16. The winners of these matches will move on to the top 8 and get one step closer to that first place prize with the Razer PC and everything. But even second place, I believe, gets a PlayStation 5 and third place gets a Steam Deck. So I think it's pretty nice pricing, honestly. All right, game 2, top 16. Here we are. All right, and we are seeing Abo on 40 cards now, opening Shifter against Labyrinth, chaining a Furniture, discarding Rollback. Now, this does look stronger than it actually is, because the Rollback will not have a target anytime soon, because under Shifter, traps will be banished. And Furniture Lab, set 1, set 2, set a monster. I think this might be Tenpai. Like, I think we may have tried to avoid getting countered on Branded. The Anti-Spell Fragrance. This is the second time we're seeing it today. If this is actually Tenpai, I think Anti-Spell is pretty big. Something as simple as Anti-Spell to stop all the extenders, and then Big Welcome onto Lovely to stop the normal summon would just be enough for Tenpai to buy another turn for Labyrinth. If it's Ritual Beast, on the other hand, this is not looking bad for them, because I don't think Ritual Beast cares about Anti-Spell much with most hands. Because if you have Teleport, you can just chain it to the Anti-Spell, and they didn't do that. It is Tenpai, though. It is Tenpai. Didn't Abo win the toss? Yeah, but in game 2, it doesn't matter. Oh, wait. Why did we let them Chundra? Why did we let them Chundra? Why not just flip Big Welcome? That's a problem. How is Tenpai under Shifter? Under Shifter plus Anti-Spell, I think Tenpai is relatively mediocre. But we should have definitely used this Big Welcome before they are allowed to use the Chundra. I mean, they have Ash anyway. Yeah, I think this might just be game. Once again, Labyrinth losing under their own Anti-Spell. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening. Even if it's not game this turn, maybe. Like, how is Labyrinth gonna... I mean, I guess it could come back from this realistically, but it's not likely. They might have game, depending on what the set card is. It says Chandelier. Okay, that's annoying because that's 2000 defense, so all your small Tenpais can't attack over it. We are under Shifter. We do have the field spell set though. I mean, you can just make Trident right away, right? You just make Trident, pop 2 cards. That's 6000, attacks 3 times. Presumably, the field spell is the Tenpai field spell. I'm not sure why even go through Bite and Drag. I guess just to get the attack over the furniture in. Yeah. So... what could even stop this? Ghost Ogre has to go to the graveyard. Nibiru doesn't work. Baylor doesn't work. Not Imperm. Lady doesn't stop enough. Because Lady only stops 1 attack and they have 3 attacks and 2 of them is enough. Yeah, I think nothing works. I think Tenpai just gets them here. I will say the Shifter played a big role there. The Shifter was really important because without the Shifter, the big welcome goes to the graveyard and then you can roll back it and then it might be a different game, but there was Shifter, so. I do think they just win this game though. Well, I mean, with the Ash, they can't win it in this position, but they should have definitely big welcomed on normal summon. And that was a smooth 2-0 by Abo, moving on to the top 8, securing the first spot in top 8, I'm pretty sure. Let's go on down here. I don't think we've spectated either of these players yet, so let's see if these also have brought Tenpai and New Bell to this, or if it's something else. Voiceless voice. This is the first time today, which is actually surprising. I was wondering where all the voiceless voice went. All right. Low, place barrier, barrier, search, Saphira. Saphira effect, all goes uninterrupted. We search Skullguard. No, we search Oddai's Pendulum Graph. Already has the Skull Guardian in hand, I would assume. And we searched another low just for follow-up, I assume. That's interesting. Set 2 and place the Pendulum Graph. We do go for the Dynamondo play. I kind of understand why sometimes you feel the need to do this. It is very risky, though. Wait, why are we using the on-field effect? Wait. Oh, that must... oh, God. Oh, they must have misclicked. They must have... now they don't have a target for it. Oh, it's a disaster. It's an absolute disaster. Yeah, they broke their own board. They have nothing right now. This is nothing. Oh, God, the Dynamondo. Oh no! It's a disaster! You didn't even wait to see if they had a Tenpai card. Come on, at least wait and see if they have it. Maybe they didn't even have a play. No. Oh god. Okay. Well. Yeah, we will just voiceless voice will not talk about this game ever again. Fair enough. Look, it happens. That is probably, out of all the possible misclicks you can make, that is probably the worst one. That is such an unfortunate misclick. Because that removes basically every interaction from your endboard. Everything. That is rough. All right. I guess we can check into table 6. The Dynamondo will just get bell. The bell was a really good answer to the thing regardless. Oh yeah. Runix! Wait, am I allowed to be happy about this? I don't know yet. White Forest Runic. Okay, I'm happy. All right, let's go. In top 16? Oh, we didn't open a White Forest monster. Never mind. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's a disaster. Another voiceless. Okay, where are all these decks coming from now? Ravis for targeting protection. Dispelling, maybe? Dispelling? Come on. Dispelling. Nice. Nice. Hit the Soravis. Banish the Odd Eyes. Alright, sweet. We're gonna Fountain for 2. Alright. The Dear Servant. Pretty good. That's pretty good. This is once again why I've been advocating to play 3 of the Trap card and none of the Scourge of the White Forest. Because in these circumstances, it does not do anything, whereas Woes would actually be a pretty good card. Why are we rooting for Runic for no reason again? Do you know who you're watching right now? What are you supposed... What does that mean? Alright, Tribute low in hand. I have unfortunate news. I think in this situation, the Voiceless Voice will probably outgrind the Runics if there's no White Forest card very, very soon. I mean, being able to establish the fountain is nice and all, but this is a problem. I guess the fact that we are under Nadir Servant lock is good for us because that means they can't SP our fountain, but still. Okay, now why didn't we just do that on the Skull Guardian when it didn't have an Omni Negate yet? There is another activatable card in hand. They did have a response there. And it can't be the set card because the set is Scourge, right? But which runic could it even be? It's probably Smiting Storm. Because it's definitely not tip, because you would have tipped for destruction. It must be Smiting Storm. It could also be Golden Droplet, but just based on ratios, Smiting Storm is more likely, because usually Smiting Storm is 2 or 3 of, and Golden Droplet is a 1 of. Could also be Slumber. Yeah, fair enough. That's also usually a 3 of. Not a good position at all for White Forest Runic. Not a good spot for our hero. Does Super Poly work here? Not really. Super Poly is not that good against Voices Voice because it was Smiting Storm. I told you. Banish 7 is pretty neat. That ever a win con? They still have 25. Still have to survive for so long. Does Skull Guardian negate card of effect? Yeah, card of effect, so it can destroy Fountain. Solemn Judgment on Runic Smiting Storm. Now that is drastic. Bro hates Smiting Storm. Okay, there was Slumber too. We'll call it a draw, chat, alright? I was right, you were right too. They had both of them. I guess in that case it makes sense. If they have 3 cards in hand and you have Solemn Skull Guardian. Alright, we'll try again next game. I hope there is a next game. I hope they're not out. Alright. I respect it. But that was an unfortunate opener. No White Forest card, unfortunately. Alright. I'm gonna wait and see. Let me see if this is over. Nikki Boy wins. No, they won both. They 2-0'd them. Unfortunate. Well, I respect it. Let's check in with Nesh. Special Fenrir. Fenrir grabs Unicorn. This is the 50 card Snake Eye Kashtira Fire King. Opens cross out for Imperm. Minigame is strong in this one. Alright. Yeah, I too like it when I open Wraith, Soth, Snake Eye Ash, and Crossout going first in my 50 card deck. Love when that happens. Happens every time. A neat call by the grave. We still get access to the Fire King cards though. We stop access to Flamberge, which is not bad. Maybe Nibiru now. Would be good. Right here. Nope. Okay. God. No, you did not just get the Flamberge anyways. Nah, that's criminal. Oh, God. Nah, that is not okay. Nightingale because it's Tenpai. You did kind of give them a card for Droplet for free. Which is an interesting choice if you were going to make Nightingale after you even saw Droplet there. All right. I think it's just not enough cards for Tenpai here. I just think it doesn't quite work out because there's going to be IP Masquerena as well. It's just not enough resources after using so many of your cards already. I'm still looking for my White Forest cards. Yeah, I was hoping you would open better, but it is what it is. Okay, that's enough, Nesh. That's enough. Was that game 1? Nesh 1? Yuma 1? No, this was game 2. This was game 2 and it's 1-1 now. Because Yuma won game 1, it looks like. Yeah. Alright, game 3. Game 3 time, 14 minutes left. All right, we did not bring Tenpai again. We have chosen to go first now, and now it's our turn to draw Snake Eye Ash. All right. Poplar effect, no maxi either. I'm an oak from hand. That's annoying. Flamberge places Poplar. Original sends the Poplar. Or pawning. It looks like we just get to do an uninterrupted Snake Eye Fire King combo here. Which is pretty strong. Presumably in the mirror match, right? Because Nesh is on 50 cards as well here again. Might see this. Okay, we go for the Doodle Chimera line. Those are interesting. Doodle Chimera brings back the Pawnics. Garunix triggers in hand. Probably going to pop an Arvata from the deck. In this line. Could also be a Kirin if you want that in rotation, but then the whole point of getting the Doolittle Chimera is because Arvata can revive it. And then I'm assuming we go for Promethean to revive Arvata here before we even use our Flamberge Graveyard effect. That way, even if we get Nibiru, we can still bring back 2 level 1s. Exactly what we do. And now we link off the Promethean and the Flamberge for Sunlight Wolf to maybe add back the Flamberge to hand even, to destroy it in the opponent's turn. Yeah. Mix Link Rebo. Then what are we doing? Appaloosa? No, not yet. Heat Soul first. Understandable. I guess you could just go IP Masquerena here and leave the Heat Soul there. It's not the craziest end board, but it's pretty good. Also going to be drawing 2 extra cards off of the Heat Soul, and then we pass no set cards either. And yeah. I mean, this is a tough board to play against, but with full 6 cards in hand, it's not impossible. All right, that is annoying. And that just resolved. Okay, well. Now it's basically, I think you have to win this turn or... Oh, wait. Wait. Spells and traps? You sure? Spells and traps? Maybe it's Lightning Storm plus Duster? Otherwise, I can't really explain this. Now, it's a 50 card deck, so I can't imagine it being Tenpai, really. It might just be a more optimized version of the Fire King deck for going second, with like board breakers, which is really good here. It's definitely very winnable with board breakers against 6,000 life points, even under Max E. But you would need, like, I think Duster is the only card that really makes sense here. Why would you otherwise go Lightning Storm on or Heavy Storm, I guess. Fair enough. It's not Duster, but it's kind of Duster, right? And this one hurts. This Heavy Storm is good. Chain IP Masquerena to make Amblo Whale. I like it. I like it because that's going to trigger when it's destroyed. Heavy Storm takes out the island takes out the board, but we have a bunch of triggers now. We have Amblo Whale, we have Arvata. We can trigger the Garunix, but we don't have to yet. We could also trigger it later after Promethean Princess or something. So we still have a lot of stuff here. Like, it can't be underestimated here. We still have 5 cards in hand. Maxi is active. I don't think this is too bad for Yuma still. And it depends a lot on what's in Nesh's hand. Summon Ponix, bring back Doolittle Chimera. And once again, if the Doolittle Chimera is destroyed, it'll trigger the Amblo Whale's other graveyard effect, and it'll also add back follow-up. So like, I do think you have to end it this turn. All right, Kashtira Planet is not a bad start. Gets Ash though. Nesh down to 3 cards in hand. Teach me the ways on how to draw like this, please. All right, here comes Diabelsar. Is there an effect Veiler? No, it just resolves. Okay, there's original Sinful Spoils. And we know there's no Ash Blossom anymore. Maxi is active, but I don't think Nesh can respect it at all. I mean, if Nesh doesn't win this turn, I think the game is also over in Yuma's favor. I think it's just all in here. Try to win this turn or lose the game. At this point, I think that is just what it comes down to here. We drew the Effect Veiler off of that draw, I think. Otherwise, I think you would have just Veilered the Bellstar. Because now they just get a draw from the Wanted. How is the timer? 6.5 minutes. It should be plenty, I think. All right, 3 cards in hand. Almost summon Olcanix. I mean, Nesh, his hand is very, very good. It's a really, really good hand. If any hand can beat this, it's this one. All right, Ash Blossom a little late to the party. I think that was the Wanted draw there. Searches Ponix. Onyx Effect. Now you do have to be, I mean, 5 more minutes. As you can see in the top left, they are ahead in life points. Nesh is ahead in life points, that is. I don't think Nesh can realistically play for this long. Might be able to. Search Skyburn. You do want to hurry here with your choices. You gotta make it. You gotta do some damage in 4 minutes. This is very, very down to the wire. But I think Kirin, Revive Arvata, pop Olcanix. And then negate Olcanix's graveyard effect might force him to pass really quick. Because there's a Skyburn in hand, and whatever the last card in hand is. I don't think there is anything that we've used the Bellstar, we've normal summoned. We can't use Kirin, we can't use 1-for-1 because we know the last card in hand is a Skyburn. I think this is just it. It's Sanctuary, yeah. That's why they search Skyburn, yeah. Nice read. Okay, Skyburn is set, it's not usable. There's 3 minutes left, that is going to be enough. More than enough to attack. And I think this is where Nesh goes down. This is where Nesh goes down. I don't see a way. Onyx back to hand, main phase, not many things needed to do, just activate Promethean, revive, and attack. Is going to be 8,000 damage, not even going to go down the timer, it's just going to end normally. I mean, look, couldn't have really asked for a better hand, to be honest. What was it? Lightning Storm, Heavy Storm, Wanted, Volcanics, and Fire King Sanctuary. That's a pretty good hand. That was a pretty good hand. And game 3 goes to Yuma, knocking out Nesh and moving on to the top 8. Congratulations for both of you for your performances, and congrats for Yuma for moving on into the top 8. It was a good game. All right. And I think with that, we have our top 8 duelists. I do not see another match going on. So once again, we're going to go on a quick check in with the cat, maybe feed it break. And I'll be back with top 8 with you in just a couple of minutes. Hope you're having a good time so far. And we'll be back shortly. All right, we have 3 more matches to go because it's the top 8. So we will be looking for our semi-finalists now. And our matches have just begun. So let us hop in to table 4 here. All right. See what we have. We have selected going first. TTK versus Vere. Small World. Chain Maxi. Resolve. Math Mech. Okay. Let me refresh that. Searched Roland Lockbird. End phase. That's what you like to see. All right. So we know there's a droll. And there was no out to Maxi. However, that droll and Lockbird is not going to do much against Phantom of Yubel. That we can instantly make. And now we summon Dark Beckoning. Alright, so if it's only the droll, we have the Imperm too. Okay, that's pretty good for the Dark Beckoning Beast. However, the thing is, like, we used our Small World to search for droll and Lockbird. We might not have Circular. We might just not have Circular now next turn. We'll see. Huge think. Oh, we do link some the Phantom away. For SP Little Knight. Really? We can remake it. Okay, we have another Yubel card. That makes sense. That does make sense. Okay. Now we have Phantom plus SP. That is not so easy to break. The only thing is we were not even able to force the Droll and Lockbird, so that is still there. That could be annoying later on, but for now it's okay. We have used both of the Phantoms though. Is Phantom still at 3 in Master Duel? I forgot. No, it's at 2. Alright, Firewall Defensor is a pretty good start though. Because it makes Lingeribo, but also might check the set card. Do we want to Phantom the Firewall Defensor? We do. Any White Forests? We actually just saw a White Forest unfortunately lose in top 16. But top 16 is still pretty good, I think, for White Forest. Ooh, Signet Mining. This card's that Droll and Lockbird now. But how good is Circular if you already have a monster in the extra monster zone? Because Sigma can't come back, right? How good is this really? Because, yeah, you just can't do that. And that not being able to bring back the Sigma means you also don't get a Circular Search. A little iffy. I guess Splash... You can still do the link climbing with Splash Mage and such. But... Now you could also just get Impermed. That the Lingeribo is off the board, which is the most likely card to be set. Imperm or Called by the Grave, they both kind of... They're both really good here. They just SP the transcode. I mean, they could just be attacking first. Are you aware of that? They could just attack the SP first, because the Yubel deck is also very low on resources right now. If they can transcode, just attack the SP and play in main phase 2, that could just be good enough. They don't have to win this turn. That's why I think SP on the Splash Mage here is probably good. Because if you just let them make transcode and attack the SP, I think you're in trouble. Or just, you could also just imperm the Splash Mage. I don't mind that play either. Yeah, okay, fair enough. They were just thinking whether they should chain SP or imperm. And they decided for imperm, which I can get behind that. That's understandable. All right, pass. Now the thing is, getting rid of the Splash Mage in their extra deck is pretty good. But it looks like the Yubel deck, unless they have a good top deck here, they also need a They need a little while here to get things going, and the Sigma is still in the graveyard. So the Mathmech deck does have some follow-up as well. Muckraker Revive Spirit? You could do that. But they are still out of Phantoms. So what exactly are they going to end on after using Muckraker? I guess you could make Yama. I do like the attack over the Splash Mage, just to be safe. Because Muckraker is only 1,000, right? So if that gets Veilered, then you won't be able to attack over it. If there is a Veiler here, I think it could be a problem, but okay, it's not. Ghost Ogre, maybe? It is Ghost Ogre, okay. Okay. That is super... That's rough still, right? I'm pretty sure they just have to pass now. They have a Sigma in the graveyard. There's a lot of top decks that get them there here, I feel like. Most monsters, most Cyber's monsters will do it, right? That is not a Cyber's monster if I've ever seen one. That is disaster. And the thing with the Yubel deck here, they don't even need a top deck, I think. Just Muckraker into revive something. Make Yama. I think that's probably okay. Because does this also... You can link this off now, right? It just says cannot be used as link material the turn it's link summoned. So this can be linked off this turn. So we're going to use its effect. It's going to resolve. We're pitching Sharvara, so we get a trap card guaranteed. Must be nice. They even drew a good discard. All right, we're locked into Fiends now. We're locked into Fiends, but this should still be Yama, add Sharvara, Sharvara pop Spirit of Yubel, make Soul of Rage, all that. Even if it's not, it might not be game this turn, but at the very minimum, it's Soul of Rage plus the trap card. Plus Yama Engrave, or whatever it's worth. Can you do something maybe with adding back with Soul of Rage? No. Rage add Phantom. That's true. You can add back a Phantom with Rage to remake it. So you would make Rage now, then you would go Sharvara, pop Rage, Yama, bring back the Rage, and Rage add back Phantom to end on Phantom. But then you have the Sharvara on the board, right? Which is a little awkward because it locks you. You can't make... Also, SP is gone, right? We go Anguish. Okay. No Rage? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, it was called by the grave. That hurts. But I think they're fine. I think they're fine. I think you can add back Phantom of Yubel, make it attack for 2000, and you still have Trap. I mean, they're on 0 cards. And you have Phantom of Yubel plus the Trap card. I think they're okay. I think they're just fine. That was a nail biter. That was way closer than I thought it would be, but Yubel takes it over Mathmech in our first game of top 8. Impressive performance. All right. It was a good game. Yeah, it was a pretty good game. Because Maxi resolved against Mathmech. Otherwise it would have been it would have been pretty one-sided, I think. All right, we're getting ready for game 2. You can also check what the other matches are at currently. We've got Yuma 1-0 up against Aris, I think. Oh, no, those were quick. They're already on 1-1. Okay, they're on 1-1. Nicky Boy is leading 1-0 versus Matrix. We just saw Vere take the 1-0 lead versus TTK, and Abu Hamoud is leading versus Asamau. All right. Going to game 2 of this match. One for one. Pitch Spirit of Yubel. They're trying to copy their homework. It worked well for them, so it must work well for me, right? Right? Imperm on the Spirit. The Sharvara is so clutch here. Somehow the Yubels always open super custom today, I feel like. They can just not be stopped today. Do you prefer Yubel or Tenpai? In Master Duel, I think Yubel is not as crazy. Because it simply is lacking a little bit of the crazy end board that it makes in the TCG, so I don't mind it as much. In the TCG with Fiendsmith in the mix and Varudras, I think it's a little bit too much. In Master Duel right now, before the Fiendsmith cards, I think it's probably okay. All right, we're gonna have to alter the line a little bit because we've already used Sharvara in hand, so we can't do that again this turn. So where do we get, like... Okay, we summon the Grave Scrummer. Won't be able to pop a Yubel with it. That's okay. I don't know if you can really, or if you want to even really climb towards an Appaloosa here. Okay, I guess you do. But how do we get the Unchained Soul of Rage now? I guess we won't. We can still make the trap card live on the opponent's turn by summoning out the Sharvara. We just won't have Soul of Rage, I think. Are you going to stream the Duelist Cup grind? Current plan is yes. My current plan is to be streaming the next weekend, yeah. All right, this is far from unbeatable, I think, with a solid hand. They do only have 5 cards because they did try to imperm the Spirit. Thinking. Any Scythe locks from Yubel? No, not a single one today. Every single Yubel version that we've seen has been like the normal end board of like Appaloosa, Soul of Rage, Phantom of Yubel kind of style. All right, it's a Yubel mirror match, which is honestly, I think that's an interesting choice for game 2 when you know you're probably going to go second. I think the Yubel deck, typically one of the weaker decks going second. But all right. We're going to go into a Phantom of Yubel right away and then normal summon Samsara D Lotus. The success probability of this is probably like 1%. All right, the cross out makes it pretty much 0. I also like starting with the cross out here to not play into a potential Talons. This is game 2. And now we're heading into a game 3. We are heading into a game 3. All right. Any updates on the other ones? We have still Abo up 1 game. We have Yuma versus Aris still in game 3. Yeah, nothing changed since. All right. Any Orcust? Haven't seen Orcust today, no. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately, no Orcust. Also, no Chimera with the new Diabels. I'm kind of surprised by that. I think that deck has potential. All right, game 3 about to begin. Our two duelists are ready. They have over 24 minutes. Let's see it. I feel Chimera is too bricky. Is it? It doesn't feel that way. I don't think it is. Seems all right to me. All right. Oh, I think we've got a Tenpai situation here, because didn't Vere just lose? They got to decide who go. Oh, it's a Tenpai mirror. It's a Tenpai mirror, and they got their soul read. They just got sent first after queuing Tenpai. All right, seals pass. Very weak to Lightning Storm and Duster, this opener. We start with Imperm. We get cross-outed on it. That's kind of nice, honestly. Although, is it really that nice? Because I'm thinking how powerful of a card Crossout Designator can be in the mirror. And I'm like, why didn't we cross out... Why didn't we cross out like Chundra or something like that, is what I'm thinking. But okay, we decided to do cross out on Imperm. It's not bad here either. Like, making sure your seals can resolve and everything is fine. I'm just wondering if that's the best thing you can do with cross out in a mirror match, but okay. We'll see how it plays out. They are thinking about responding to this. What could you possibly want to respond with? Droplet? It is Droplet. Okay, fair enough. See, and now the cross out kind of does nothing. Because your seals gets negated regardless. I mean, you can chain it here, but you're not going to bounce an opponent's card. Alright, the Droplet resolves, negating the seal. I think it's fine this way. Imperm. It also makes it so the opponent just doesn't have to play around Imperm anymore. Like your own other set card. If it's like, I assume it's not Imperm, but if it was Imperm, it would make it even weirder to cross out Imperm. We did see them discard a Cosmic Cyclone for Sangan summoning, so chances are it's maybe another Cosmic? Or whatever it is, they value more than Cosmic Cyclone. Hyman was searched. Okay, it might just be Hyman. I think winning through crossout on Chundra is just so hard, isn't it? You can't summon it. You can't special summon it from hand. You lose out the summon from deck. No. Oh, they had 2 imperms. That's so annoying when crossout happens on imperm and you have 2. All right. Well, Chundra plus 2 unknowns. The thing is, if the set card is Kaiman, you still have to be a little bit careful about entering the battle phase too soon. You definitely have to, I think you have to make Transcendent before going into the battle phase, because if you don't, they can just do a whole lot of things. Like, they might be able to summon their own Transcendent before you can in your own battle phase, and then it's doomed. But from what I'm seeing, I think this is game, right? Because these two together can make Bident into Transcendent, and then you can just go into the battle phase, no problem. And I don't see a way how Henpai could prevent this, even with a good card in hand. I don't see it. Special Fadra from hand. That's not gonna save you though, does it? Two Fadra? No, you need Fadra plus Hydra, right? Otherwise they just get turned to attack position and you attack them a bunch of times. But the problem is, even one Fadra plus Hydra is beatable, because you just out one with like something, whatever you want. Did I disconnect? What's happening? Why is time standing still? Okay. Why is everyone sleeping on Xyz's Encore as a tech against Ryzeal? I don't think it's that good, to be honest, because you're giving them a bunch of cards back, so they'll have infinite follow-up. It's not terrible, but I think there's better ways to out a detonator. Like, why don't you just, like, Forbidden Chalice it? Tribute Genroku for white, send seals for a second green, what now? You can, if you just pop the Hydra with, for example, Kui Belt, you can just attack into the Fadras a bunch of times. I guess it does depend a little bit on what their extra deck options are, but something like Black Rose Moonlight Dragon should work, right? To just bounce the Hydra. Is that enough damage though? Because you don't have a tuner anymore. Did it go through Biden already? Biden can still come back. Nah, it's enough, right? We belt. Destroy the Hydra. Or the Fadra, I guess. Doesn't matter. It's the same thing. Now you can get rid of those. Then the Biden comes back. And it's like infinite damage, right? I mean, Biden pop your own Sangan summoning is already game. But I guess they want to go through Trident just to show off that they could have done 18,000 more damage. All right, and Vere decides a game 3 in a 10 pie mirror match for themselves. And they will be moving on to the top 4, right? This is top 8 already. Yeah, this was top 8. Okay, they move on to the top 4. Congratulations. And do we have any more matches? Abo Hamoud did win. Okay, I think we're done. I think we're done. With, oh, wait, is this top 8 still? This is top 8. Okay, what's the score? 1-1. Okay, let's go into top 8. Game 3. Oh. Oh, but there's no multiplication. Okay, I thought we joined just when it was about to end. But there was no multiplication, I guess. All right. So we're just gonna send D-Save Worm and do 5,500. I'm guessing there's a... Well, they must have just passed going first, right? But how did they have 6 cards? I'm confused. Okay. Eh? But how do they have 0 cards engraved, 0 cards on the board? And when they went first, it was set 1 with 5 cards in hand. Am I missing something? How does that happen? There's nothing in the graveyard. Odd. Oh, the Odd Eyes. That's what it is, I think. I think it's the Odd Eyes to search the ritual spell. That has to be it. Why did we Laplacian for 1? I mean, it was supposed to be Laplacian for 2, okay? There was a set card. All right, the ritual spell resolves. I think we're resolving. We're tributing Soravis, the Ancient and Ascended, to rituals. There it is, the Odd Eyes Pendulum Graph We solved the problem. That's why they had +1 without having any cards in the graveyard. Now, the annoying thing here is no way to chain block Low. Low is just chain link 1 sat in the graveyard. And there's a potential Laplacian negate for it. Or just called by the grave. That's kind of nice. Actually, no, we can negate that. But then Laplacian would negate that. Oh, it has to go to the Pendulum Zone. The Ghost Ogre is massive. Goodbye, Low. 2 cards left in hand, and the Laplacian still has its effect. Can use this to float. But we're being denied everything. We're being denied everything! Talents will just get negated. And I think that's going to be all she wrote. Unless, I don't know, Droplet? Nope. Does this negate activation? Can you do another one? Oh, okay. Oh well. The voiceless voice. Breaking when they go first. They go down to the Math Mechs here in top 8. And that is going to give us our last top 4 competitor in Matrix. Congratulations for moving on. We are finishing top 8 in lightning speed. No one going to timeout. You love to see it. We are going to be back with top 4 in just a moment. And you guys don't go anywhere. We're about to head into our semifinals and then the finals after to find out who's going to be our Autumn Season Challenger Cup champion. So don't go anywhere. The games are only going to get better from here on out. I'll see you guys in a little bit. All right, we are just 2 more matches away from crowning our autumn season champion. And I believe our matches are supposed to start in just a couple of seconds here. Let me move over real quick. And let me also put the timer up. Yeah, the timer has started. I don't know why the matches haven't. Maybe there's been some issues with the connection or someone being AFK. I don't know. All right, Avo versus Very has started. Let's see what we've got over here. All right, we've got the 40 cards versus 40 cards, so presumably not branded this time around. We're going first with the Piri Rise map into the Samsara D Lotus here. And an opening of the Spirit Gates. All right, nice hand. Normal summon Dark Beckoning Beast. Add another opening. Soon you will be able to do this in the TCG again as well. Need to adjust the title. We are in top 4 now. So we are looking for our finalists. Has Avo won one of these before? I feel like the answer might be yes, but I'm not 100% certain. I know he's gone deep in some of these season finals. He did? Okay. Why is timer paused? Because sometimes it's the window capture is weird in OBS. Oh. All right, so far uninterrupted Yubel combo. I feel like if we haven't disrupted until this point, we probably just don't have anything, or we don't want to use it. Oh, Sprite Elf. Oh, we're going into dangerous new territory here with the Yubel combos. We haven't seen this one before today. What's the... Are we finally seeing a Scythe lock? Or what's the deal here? Summon Phantom. Yama. Use opening, discard opening to revive. Is Elf safe to come back in the TCG? As much as I love Sprite, I think Sprite Elf should not come back. No. I think it's way too generic. I think it should have required Sprite Monster. Okay, we're making our untargetable Appaloosa. Getting the free add back off of the opening. Now we're using Sharvara. Still haven't seen the Scythe. It might just be the normal opener plus Sprite Elf. Maybe we just make a normal Yubel end board with targeting protect. Because at this point, I don't see it happening anymore. I think what's most likely to happen is just make Soul of Rage, set trap, make a second Phantom, and pass. which is still really strong. I don't think there's a need for Scythe here most of the time. But we'll see. All right, pass. Now, did we just not open any hand traps, or do we just play board break? If we play board breakers, that's typically pretty good against yugioh. All right, we're pondering our options. Doesn't seem to be easy here. Pot of Duality. What is this? Labyrinth? Oh, it's Math Lab. Okay. Hold up. We're gonna have to run the calcs soon. We're gonna have to run the calculations, guys. Do we take the cannon? What were the other options? It was Upstart, Barrier, and Math. We do take the simultaneous equation cannon. All right. We followed up with an Upstart Goblin. Draw a card. Another Upstart Goblin. Refreshing our opponent's life points back to 6,000. How nice of him. Activate Lord of the Heavenly Prison. You should not let this go through. Because they've used Duality. There's nothing else happening this turn. Duality before Upstart is something. I get what you mean. I was thinking the same thing. Because you would probably want to see what you draw of Upstart before you decide what you add with Duality. I think the thought process is probably to play around Droll better. Because Duality, you get 3 options. Whereas Upstart, you just draw whatever's next and you get rolled after. Maybe that's the reasoning. But I see what you're saying, but I don't think it is strictly incorrect. All right, we've got 6 cards total for Abo here. 16 cards in total for both players because Vere has 8. 9 now, so it's going to be 15. Drawing to 16. Also, I like how we're using the... we used the Phantom of Yubel, and we didn't summon off of it because we don't want a high-level monster, because we know there is a Karma Cannon. However, there's obviously other cards that really punish this, like the Ruma Karma Cannon. Now, we're going to end phase, use our escape to pop one of those set cards, just hoping to hit a good one. We hit the Math Cannon. Oh, but that's a different one. Oh, this is a big downside of running different versions of cards. They dualitied for a regular version of it, and now we sniped a royal one. So we get free information. We get free information, right? I'm not tripping. That's what happened, right? We dualitied for a regular version of it, right? Unless the log doesn't show it. But I think so. All right, well. The log does not show it, but you're right. Okay. I felt like that's how it was, but... It's the small things sometimes that make you want to, like, optimize these kind of things, right? That's actually kind of huge. Might have to consider just playing all royals now. Yeah, it's an easy solution. Just play all royals. This seems strike-worthy, or is judgment-worthy. No. Okay. chain, welcome Labyrinth. I think that means we've hit Trap Trick. Which is weird. I think if you have Judgment or Strike, which it seemed like, because that there was a response window before. Oh. Okay. That's good. Here. Now here's the thing though. You can very much still lose under skill drain here. We do chain SP, but the skill drain is still pretty good. But you can lose under skill drain because the Nightmare Pain is up. But you are forcing them into Yubel cards, which makes the Math Cannon probably live. Like level 9 and 10 is just relatively easy to hit with the Math Cannon. Appaloosa will go to 0, yes. Appaloosa will go to 0 under skill drain because it's negated. You can't hit links with math? No, there needs to be another monster on the field. This is game 1, yes. Okay, we strike the elf. I am very confused as to why we didn't just strike the SP summon. It would have been so much less complicated. Because we ended up using the strike in this entire sequence anyways. But alright. It prevents the SP dot. No, I understand that, but like, you could have just prevented all of this by just striking the SP. Yeah, we now know, because of the Royal Rare Cannon, we know that the last set is the regular cannon. Now, access code, Royal Access Code is summoned, which isn't out to skill drain. Ops the cannon we knew about. And now we're just summoning Yubel monsters and going to town under skill drain, I think. Yep, that's game. This game, you just go Spirit, summon Yubel, contact Fuse into Phantom if you have one left. And then use opening to revive a Yubel monster. That is just game. I don't know. I don't know why we didn't strike the SP. I don't understand. Because that way we had to force out all of our back row, basically. We had to tell them we had skill drain. We had to show them the welcome labyrinth. All that kind of stuff. Just because we didn't want to use the strike on the SP, but we used anyways in that sequence. I don't know. Alright, well, doesn't matter. Yubel takes down the math lab. And leads 1-0 in our top 4. Has the other match already finished a game? The other match is also heading into game 2, or is currently in game 2, with Matrix being up a game against Yuma. All right. Let's check in with their game 2 while we wait for the other game 2 to start. Is Nesh out? Nesh lost, I want to say, top 16, I think. So unfortunately, yes. 1 for 1, ditch Flamberge. Get max seed. Do we have an answer? We do. All right, Ash Blossom. Now, Flamberge being in the graveyard might make this just a little bit more awkward. Probably still a pretty good combo here, because you can still... I mean, you place it here, I guess, and then you send it. But do you have another... Do you even have another target for these? Okay, we send it for original. That works. It makes you very vulnerable to Nibiru, potentially. Uses the Ponix to make Linkaribo. I was expecting that the one to be destroyed with Island. Interesting. But I guess we want to destroy Doolittle and add something back to the hand. That's also fair enough. Yeah, we want Ponix back in hand. That's fine. The thing is, Ponix would have been back in hand, or also if we just popped it with Island next turn. Because we don't need it this turn. I guess we can still summon it if we wanted to. Are you still in the YCS? Yes, I am. Alright, now we're going to pop Arvata to revive the Doolittle. At this point, I think it's safe to say the opponent does not have Nibiru, because the point to use it is long gone. The joke has not been explained to me, but I can just imagine that the root of it is just people coming into his chat and asking whether I'm still in the YCS or not. I feel like that's probably where it comes from. Not that hard to guess. What was Matrix playing earlier? Going second, they've been using MathMech, I want to say. A lot of the time. Going first, I'm not sure if it was also MathMech, but for going second, I've seen them on a lot of MathMech. Alright, we've got Ambler Whale, we've got Arvata. We might turn Snake Eyes, Oak, and Garunix into IP Mask Arena and just call it a day. What did we add back? We have Onyx back in hand. Flamberge is still in the graveyard. We did not go through Sunlight Wolf, despite having Ash Blossom in the graveyard. That's interesting. I would have tried to prioritize going for Sunlight Wolf here. Okay. Do you believe heroes will be a viable deck after the new evil hero support in January? I mean, heroes are arguably already a viable deck. And by viable, like, I don't think they're meta. But, like, the hero deck isn't bad. I think the evil hero support doesn't really help it that much. They're good cards, but they don't solve any of the problems that hero has, I think. So I don't think it's going to change much in terms of, like, heroes playability, which I think it's just going to remain like an okay rogue deck. Yeah, with Ponyx in hand, that was just a free negate. Just destroys it with Arvata, adds it back in the standby phase. That was not really much of a problem. The IP Masquerena here is a little weird. It might have even been better off to just go through Sunlight Wolf and link off the IP Masquerena. Like, instead of making Ambler Whale, just make Sunlight Wolf, make IP Masquerena under the Sunlight Wolf, add back Ash, and then link the IP and the Sunlight Wolf into Ambler Whale. That way you have an Ash in hand, and when the Ambler Whale is destroyed, you get the IP Masquerena anyway. And it is Tenpai, okay. I don't hate negating Pydra with Arvata. Although, yeah, I think negating it and then also popping it with Garunix into Kirin seems okay here, unironically, because that way you remove Chundra as a potential extender. You still have Promethean Princess in the graveyard. Okay, Imper makes it a little easier. The decision, in that case, actually, I still like using Arvata on it, I think. Because if you go Arvata here and then bring back Garunix and pop Hydra, you have Imperm for any possible extenders, right? The field spell doesn't extend because you have IP into SP. Chundra doesn't extend because they don't have a Fire Dragon on the field. And in the battle phase, Kaiman doesn't work because you have Imperm for whatever it summons. I think that was safer, but it's probably still going to work out here, to be honest. Arvata negates the Chundra. Why is everyone on Royal Pydra? It's been like 2 or 3 different people today. It's not always been the same player, but it is a weird amount of Royal Pydras because it is not always the same player. Yeah, it's just been 2 or 3 people that have gone very deep into the tournament with Royal Pydra. Ooh, the Maxi is nice here. It's off the top. I wish we added back Ash Blossom with Sunlight Wolf. Never mind, we had 2 anyways. Okay, that explains a lot. I'll be quiet. I think Kaiman in the battle phase could still be very unpleasant. Kaiman in battle loses to Princess? Not directly, right? Because you can summon Chundra and then chain to synchro into Bident and then revive that Chundra. But then they still get Garunix. potentially to pop that. It's just a little more complicated than I would like it. I guess we can still IP into SP the Hydra. I feel like it's gonna be enough here. I don't really see what the Tenpai player can have to stop all that. It would need to be something like completely crazy, like talents called by the grave or something like that. And Hyman, which they can't have because Chundra. They need like what? Hyman plus called by maybe? Maybe Hyman plus called by could be enough. No, it can't. No, if you go Kaiman for Tundra, and then they go Promethean Princess, and you go called by, then they chain SP. It doesn't work. So it needs to be like Talents draw 2, and then called by Chundra, called by Kaiman and something else to deal with SP, like Droplet. And even then, it might not be enough. Actually, Talents to take Arvata and Kaiman is game, right? Maybe. Oh, we know it's Magnamut. Oh, okay, my bad. I forgot about Magnamut. Called by the Grave works if you preemptively use it on Princess? Yes. Yes, but they clearly don't have it. But you're right. I think you're right. This felt closer than it needed to be, but it still is pretty safe now. The Fire King victory is secure, I think. Not entirely sure why we're still sticking around. We could just go to game 3 and avoid getting too close to time, because right now there's more than 15 minutes. If they actually wait for the Fire King deck to attack for game, it's probably going to be only like 10. All right, now just Promethean and blow everything up, and that's... The Duel Chimera is going to be destroyed in the end phase, but it's going to be enough damage once the Promethean Princess revives anything. I feel like we're wasting so much time on interactions that just don't need to happen. Now SP returns. All right, and now just do whatever you want. Activate Kirin or something. Sunlight Wolf. Well, what is this? Yeah, sure. Add back with Sunlight Wolf. You're definitely going to need it. Who do they have? Maxi off the top or something? No. All right, that felt like the longest decided game ever. That game was over 4 minutes ago. Okay. What's the score in the other one? Oh, the other one's done. The other one was a swift 2-0 by Vere against Abu Hamud. So Abu Hamud will finish in the semifinals, and Vere will move on to the finals. Congratulations. See you in the finals in just a moment. That means that this upcoming match that we're about to spectate is going to be the last game of our top 4 before we move into the finals. Can we watch game 2 of that one real quick? All right, I'll real quick recap of what they were doing. Set to pass and contact fuse. Branded lost. We lost from here? I guess Magnamut is that powerful. We're gonna ash that. We lost from here? I guess I just don't have anything anymore. We just got clapped. All right. We sent Tenpai first and we still couldn't beat it. All right, where's our game 3 happening? There it is. Ooh, we got Tenpai, I think. Ash on Bonfire. This looks familiar. We've seen this before today. They just passed after. Is this gonna happen again? No, talents. Look at the hand. Take a Ghost Ogre. What is that? Hydra, Fadra, Imperm. Hydra, Fadra, Imperm. Interesting. And not imperming the Ponyx. I mean, yeah, it'd be easy to say like, oh, they probably have Kieran in hand because they left me with the imperm. Because otherwise, they probably just take the Pydra and hope there's no play. Ghost Ogre here seems pretty good. Pretty weak, I mean. Because the Sanctuary can just protect the island. You might still use it just to get rid of a fire monster from their hand, but there's not really a point. You probably use it later. Get rid of something. OG Garunix. Okay. Maybe they also just baited them into thinking they had Kieran. Maybe this is the biggest 5-head play of the century. Or they keep the Kieran for this one. Of course, to protect the Garunix. Alright, decide not to Ghost Ogre the Garunix. Understandable, I think. Bring back the Garunix. This is a clean zombie vampire setup. Although zombie vampire is a little scary when you know they have Fadra in hand, right? You don't want to give them a free revive. But hitting any Snake Eye card is so good here. Hitting Dia Bellstar or Ash or even Oak or Poplar, like, it's so good. What he has? Oh yeah, right. They have Imperm. Wait, but then the zombie vampire is kind of weird if they have Imperm, right? I think this is a solid Imperm. Yeah. Maybe it's cross out? No, it's not. Alright, so Pydra and Fadra in hand. Zombie Vampire got Impermed. And now what? Doesn't seem that good of a spot. We do have Hita for the Ash Blossom that they used earlier into Promethean Princess, but that's about it. Hydra and Fadra. Not the greatest combination to have in hand. But currently, I mean, one Hydra does not beat this. I think they need some help off the top, but they could get it. They could. There's things they can draw, I think, to make it work. Like Tenpai Field Spell is pretty good. Tenpai Field Spell, then summon Pydra to get Kaiman, and then Kaiman in the battle phase could grab Genroku and summon Fadra from hand. Possible. Is Snake Eye dead in Master Duel? I only see pure Fire King today, but didn't watch much. All of these decks that you're seeing, they have the Snake Eye cards in them. It's just a smaller package, and they don't get to it every single time. But all of the Fire King lists we've seen today, they play the Snake Eye card. Why did they spin back Ghost Ogre? I'm so confused. I am also not sure. Alright, normal summon Pydra. We knew about this one. Activate the effect. Use Arvata to negate. Nothing here. Okay. I'm running low. It's about 2 minutes, but I don't really see how Tenpai does damage here. I don't think Kaiman wins this. But it is obviously the only card that really helps. Tenpai is not real. But I don't think this worked. Wait. I don't know if this does it, right? Because destroy Fadra here. Genroku. Biden revives Fadra. Here's the thing. I am pretty sure that this is not game, but it could be that they can't prevent them from inflicting some damage, and they might lose in time. Because I am pretty certain that with the Garunix popping the Kirin for a non-target pop, I don't think that it can be game here. But it might be enough to do some damage. But I actually no, the more I think about it, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because we still got we are in time now, yeah. And I'm pretty sure that the way this works in Top Cut is just first damage win. Whoever is ahead in life wins the game insta. So yeah. But like, Garunix returns here, right? What's going on? I think they might be talking about the time rules right now. Oh, I've also been told they have three minutes of extra time. They have 3 minutes of extra time, is what I've been told. But I don't think it matters here, guys. I don't think the outcome of this game changes based on the amount of time that's left. I think Fire King should win it every time. I currently... Oh, is there a way for them to... Maybe they could cheese it with something. Hold up. So Biden here. No, I don't think they can. So Biden here, Garunix here. Biden will bring back something now. Garunix will pop here in. It's not gonna be enough, I don't think, for Tenpai. Because you're popping Kirin now. The thing is also what you have to keep in mind with how the time rules work. The Tenpai player also cannot crash into anything. If they take damage while crashing to set up something, they also lose. And they are in time now. They had 3 minutes extra. Those 3 minutes are now over. Hydra prevents damage. Yeah, but they don't have that right now. They'd have to summon it from the deck. Wait, why is there an Arvata? Why did we not summon a second level 8? Why is there no second level 8? Where's your second level 8? You needed the second level 8. You lost. You just lost. That's game. You take damage now. Because you don't have the you can't exceed. I mean, this is not even over because of time, I'm pretty sure. You might just lose this regardless. I mean, now they're definitely losing because of time, but like they may have lost this one even without time now because of that. Did they not play? Do you not play the Garunix Exceed? Because if you do, if you just bring back another level 8, there's no way you can lose. Yeah, well, or you could have summoned that too. Oh, that's painful. Oh, I think this is it. Optic Snake Eye is funny. I do not know why they're still playing. I'm just waiting for like an announcement whether they have more extra time or something like that. If that might be the case, I have no idea. It should be over. I don't know. I did feel like that was... I mean, there's no way you don't play the rank 8, right? Of course you play the rank 8. Check extra deck after? I can't. I can't check the extra deck after. You can in duel rooms? I have no idea why we're still here if there's no extra time. Okay, the timer's already reset for the next round. I think they just lost. I think they're just playing for the sake of, look what I could have done. Funnily enough, this is also not game, because if you attack 1, 2, and then the third one attacks, they bring back Biden Dragon to Pop Island. Alright. I think that means Matrix moves on to the finals, because they were ahead in life points in time. I know it sucks to lose that way, but I do think at the end of the day, if they played the rank 8, they would have, I mean, if they play the rank 8, then it's on them for not summoning back a second level 8. If they don't play the level 8, then that's just unfortunate. You can check the extra deck. Hold up. How? Profile Yuma is not that. Play the replay. It's not there. They don't play it. They don't have it. It's not in here. That's why. Okay. Well, at that point, the Kaiman top deck was just insane, and they couldn't prevent to take a little bit of damage there. Well, it looked safe from my position because I thought, oh, obviously you play the rank 8. I think the rank 8 is too hard to give up, but all right. I think there is I think they are arguing about the whole time situation right now, which is understandable. I do understand that there's some nerves and there's a lot of stuff on the line. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna let the admins handle it for a bit. Let them handle the dispute so that we make sure it's all as fair as possible. And we're just gonna go on a very short break until they've decided who's gonna be in the finals. From what I'm understanding, it should be Matrix, but I'm just gonna let them talk about it and figure it out. So we're gonna have like a couple of minutes of a break before the finals anyways. And I'll see you guys in a couple of minutes when the finals start. All right, see you in a little bit. right, welcome back everybody one last time for the finals of the Autumn Season Challenger Cup. We have our finals now. They did solve the dispute. Our finals is going to be Veri against Matrix. It was ruled that I think the time extension that they were given was enough, and so the match ended in time. Given the fact that they were like 7 or 8 minutes into overtime, I think it is what it is at this point. Even more time extension would probably not have changed the outcome of the match if they didn't play the Exceed monster. But yeah, it is what it is. The admins have solved it, and we are going to head into our finals now, and it's going to be Veri against Matrix. Let me update the timer. Has it started yet? Not quite. It should start any moment now. Both of which have been playing a decent amount of Tenpai in this tournament. Not only, we've also seen Matrix play some other beautiful decks like Math Mech in the past. So we're gonna wait and see what they bring to game one of the finals here. This is going to be one last best of 3 to crown the champion of this season. The timer is running, guys. You may begin. Okay, seems to be an issue with the table. All right, there we go. Now it's fixed. Now it's fixed. All right. Game one, Matrix selects going second. All right, so we've got Tenpai over here. What do we have down here? Yubel. All right, Yubel versus Tenpai is kind of like the story of today's tournament. We've seen this matchup a lot, and both of these decks have been definitely the most represented in today's tournament. Closely followed by, I think, Snake Eyes. All right, we confidently fuse into a Phantom of Yubel first action. Opponent thinks on response. All right, doesn't respond to it yet. Opening of the Spirit Gates. We let it happen. The Dark Beckoning Beast that just left the hand to summon the Phantom is back there now. No draw is used. Dark Beckoning Beast summon and effect. And we hit it with the Imperm. Phantom of Yubel, I think, works similarly to Talents and Called By. It's just a magnet for Impermanence every time. Can we continue our plays? I mean, at the very minimum, we might... Do you still play a Link 1 these days for the Dark Beckoning Beast? For these kind of cases? That's still a thing. Might not be. They do decide to link off the Phantom. That makes them vulnerable to something like Maxi now. Yama is being summoned. Does it resolve? No, it gets Effect Veiler. Okay. Effect Veiler on the Yama. Not bad. It won't completely stop them from playing, though. We do know they have a guaranteed way to still play with the opening discard, but that just... If they have nothing else, opening to revive will just end on Soul of Rage pass. Which is not that good, to be honest. We have a good discard? No, it's just another Beckoning piece. Watch them extra normal summon Samsara the Lotus now. No. Good enough? I don't know if I would classify this as good enough. I don't think I would. Not against Tenpai. I don't think this classifies as good enough. I think this is very easy to break. For Tenpai. It's just the nature of all of these cards that are main phase only that activate field spell just solos these, right? Like, Soul of Rage is main phase only, so yeah. All right, Tenpai, I don't see how this can go wrong. I think Tenpai takes a quick game one. I think Tenpai takes a really quick game one here. Yeah, Unchained Soul of Rage plus the Trap card is a different story. If you have the Trap card to deal with the field spell, then Unchained Soul of Rage is really good. But if you get stopped on your access to the Trap card, then it does nothing. Search Chundra. Send from hand to graveyard. A Kaiman. Right, that's a statement. I guess they have Kaiman already. Yeah. Alright, and we're gonna save some time and move on to game 2. Sometimes Tenpai just does Tenpai things. Alright. And that is Matrix going up 1-0. Just one more win away from becoming the autumn season champion. All right, we've got Very back at the table already. I'm surprised there's only one Voiceless game so far. It was more than one. It was 2 or 3 Voiceless voice games. They started showing up relatively late, but then in like, I think top 16, top 8, top 4, maybe not top 4, but we saw a couple of Voiceless voice games. Where is White Forest? The last White Forest that we saw lost in top 16, unfortunately. But they did go all the way in until top 16, which is not bad, honestly. Really not bad. All right, both of our players are back at the table. This could be the last game of the tournament if Matrix wins this one. Or Very makes it 1-1 and we go to a game 3. All right. We are selecting going first here. 40 versus 40. Now, those are drastic measures. Also, where's your trap cards? You forgot the trap cards. You lose to 1 imperm. Or droplet. Or lightning storm. Uh-oh. Where does Pot of Desires come from all of a sudden? Yeah. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know what you were expecting when you really thought bury your Statue of the Drought with a Moon Mirror Shield pass was gonna be it. I don't know what you were thinking. Just, come on, normal summon a Tenpai card. Yep. Oh, not that Tenpai card. Okay, that Tenpai card. Well, what a final, everybody. Huh? I guess you still have to beat the Moon Mirror Shield, but I don't think that's too hard. I wonder what those 3 cards in hand are. I mean, it's probably more monsters and maybe another copy of Moon Mirror Shield or something like that. Probably like a really unlucky draw with like 4 monsters. Well, if that wasn't the greatest finals in the history of finals, then I don't know what was. Well, you know. Yeah, I don't know. 10-minute finals, I guess. You know, I guess we're calling it a day here. Congratulations for Matrix for activating Forbidden Droplet on a barrier statue. All right, I guess that was a quick one. So I'm getting off a little earlier today. I do hope you enjoyed the Challenger Cup autumn season, and I hope it'll be back for winter. I hope you guys are going to be taking part in the winter season of Challenger Cups. It's been a pleasure as always to host these tournaments. Once again, thank you to Konami for sponsoring these. Thank you guys for watching and playing in the tournaments. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your weekend. I will see you guys again on Monday, where I'll be live for some new format, Master Duel and a Duelist Cup second stage preparation. So I really hope you tune in. Make sure to follow the channel if you're not followed yet. And I'll see you guys then. Wonderful rest of your weekend. Bye bye, everybody. Thank you for watching. Peace.